Muy buenos días, señoras y
Good
señores.
morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear audience of the IADB.
Permítame presentarme.
Allow me
Soy
to
el
introduce
coronel del
myself.
Ejército
I'm
del Perú,
Colonel of
Luis
the
Alberto
Peruvian
Vivanco
Army,
Palomino,
Luis Alberto
asesor
Vivanco
de la
Palomino,
Sección de Seguridad
advisor
Terrestre de la
of the
Junta Interamericana de
Land
Defensa
Security
y
Section of the
coordinador
IADB
ejecutivo
and
del
executive
presente
coordinator
seminario.
of this seminar.
Agradeciendo a Dios por esta
Thanking
oportunidad,
God for this
tengo el honor
opportunity,
de
I
iniciar
have the
la
honor
transmisión
of
y presentarles el
starting the
seminario
transmission and
internacional
introduce
denominado
the seminary
Buenas
called
Prácticas y
Good
Cooperación
Practices and
para fortalecer
Cooperation
la
to
capacidad de
strengthen
respuesta de
the
los
response
estados
capability
en
of the
escenarios de
states
flujos
in
migratorios en el hemisferio.
scenarios of
Nos complace contar con la
migration flows in
participación
the
de más
hemisphere.
de 20.000
We
personas
have more than
inscritas
20,000
procedentes de
people
diversos
registered
países
from
del
different
hemisferio y de
countries of the
otras regiones del
hemisphere
mundo.
and other regions of the world.
Este significado interés
This
refleja la
interest
importancia y la
reflects the
vigencia de la
importance and
temática que
the
hoy nos convoca.
timeliness of the
Los flujos
topic of
migratorios
today.
constituyen un
Migration
fenómeno
flows
complejo
constitute a very
y
complex phenomena
multidimensional
and
que plantea
multidimensional
importantes
that
desafíos
states important
humanitarios y sociales,
humanitarian and social challenges,
así como también desafíos
as
económicos,
well as
institucionales
economic,
y de
institutional,
seguridad
and
para los
social
estados.
and
Su adecuada
security
gestión requiere respuestas
challenges
integrales,
for the states,
coordinadas
and its
y
management
respetuosas
requires
de los derechos humanos,
holistic
así
responses
como
that are
el
coordinated and
fortalecimiento de la
respectful with human
cooperación entre
rights,
los
as well as the
países,
strengthening
los
of
organismos
cooperation among the
internacionales
countries,
y las
international
instituciones
organizations,
competentes.
and the
En este
institutions in
contexto, la
charge.
Junta
In
Interamericana
this
de
context,
Defensa
the
promueve este
IADB
espacio
promotes this
académico
academic
para el
space
intercambio de
for the
experiencias,
exchange of
buenas
experiences,
prácticas
good
y
practices,
propuestas que
and
contribuyan
proposals
a
that will
fortalecer
contribute to
la
strengthen
capacidad de
the
respuesta de los
response
estados
capacity of the
ante los
states
distintos
in face
escenarios
of the different
generados por la
scenarios
movilidad humana
created by human
en el
mobility
hemisferio.
in the hemisphere.
Durante la presente
During this
jornada
day,
contaremos
we will
con
have
8 ponencias a
8
cargo de distinguidos
presentations
especialistas y
by
representantes de organismos
distinguished
internacionales,
specialists
así
and
como de
representatives
instituciones
of
académicas
international
y países
organizations, academic
miembros de la Junta
institutions, and
Interamericana de
member
Defensa.
countries of the IADB.
Para brindar las palabras de
To
bienvenida
give the
e
welcoming
inauguración
words
del presente seminario,
and opening
tengo el
of the
honor de
seminar, I
presentar al
have the
señor
honor
general
of
de división
presenting
del Ejército de
Major
Brasil,
General of the Army
Reinaldo
of Brazil,
Salgado Beato,
Reinaldo
director
Salgado
general de
Beato,
la
General
Secretaría de
Director
la
of the
Junta Interamericana de
Secretariat of
Defensa.
the
Mi
IADB.
general, tiene usted el
General,
uso de la
the
palabra.
floor is yours.
Distintas autoridades, representantes
Distinguished
dos
authorities
Estados-membros
and representative of the member states, observers of the IADB,
senhores, muito bom dia.
presentators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great satisfaction to receive you in this international seminar on migration flows promoted by the IADB that in this edition has the topic Good Practices and Cooperation to strengthen the response capability of the states in scenarios of migration flows in the hemisphere. The migration issue is ever more present in the agenda of the countries in our hemisphere. Migration movements bring challenges from the assistance to the persons up to the need to prevent situations of vulnerability, exploration, and trafficking in persons. That is why it is so necessary for the states to be prepared to act coordinatedly, and especially in face of situations that can affect the security and stability in the region. For this reason, cooperation among the states and the coordination among the different institutions involved are fundamental. No country can respond adequately to all the challenges that arise in migration context in the great scale. In this sense, the exchange of experiences and the sharing of good practices adopted by the countries in the hemisphere can contribute concretely to the response of each state. And it is in this spirit that we are carrying out the seminar throughout this morning. We will have the opportunity to get to know different perspectives and experiences related to the management of human mobility, the prevention of trafficking in persons and the exploitation of migrants, protection of the borders, interagency, operational rights, and humanitarian and logistic responses in face of a crisis. I would like to highlight and thank the participation of the different, the OAS and the International Organization for Migrations, the United Nations, and the Defense College, and whose participation will contribute significantly to the enrichment of the debate and to strengthen the cooperation in our hemisphere. I also want to thank to the University of Vija from Spain and the presentators of Brazil, Guatemala, Paraguay, that accepted to share with us all their knowledge, experience, and good practices. We will also have the opportunity to get to know concrete experiences like Operación Acogida, besides other initiatives of cooperation in the borders and interagencies in the region. These examples are particularly important because they allow us to go beyond discussion to understand how different institutions have faced in practice the situations that demand coordination and response capability. The IADB has sought to contribute to this effort, offering dialogue spaces and exchange among the countries in the Inter-American system. We understand that sharing experiences and identifying what has worked and recognizing the difficulties found are important to give a good response. I hope in this way that this seminar can allow us to amplify our knowledge, establish a new context, and mainly take our institutions, ideas, and experiences that can be useful in face of the challenges that we face. I thank once again the presence of all of you, and especially the effort of those that made this encounter possible. And finally, I open this international seminar on migration flows of the 20th days of the IADB. I wish you all an excellent day, an excellent working day. Thank you very much. Thank you, General, for your welcoming words. To continue to lead the academic, I'm going to introduce the Colonel Attila Balso, a teacher of the IADB from Brazil. Colonel Balso is a teacher of the IEDC and in Washington, and also from the Chief of Staff courses and other operational special courses. He has a master's in defense and security of the hemisphere. Among his main functions in Brazil, he has commanded the 5th Infantry Battalion and was head of the Chief of Staff of the Infantry Air Mobile Command. He participated as operation officer in the 5th contingent of the Operation Acogida in Boa Vista, the state of Roraima, during the migration crisis from Venezuela in 2019. Colonel Balso, we welcome you very cordially, and I leave under your leadership the development of this seminar together with our distinguished presentators and the important audience that accompanies us today. Good morning to all of you. It is with great pleasure that I am talking about this international seminar. Before we start the cycle of presentations, I would like to transmit two important informations. The first one is with respect to the questions that can be sent through the chat in the channels of YouTube habilitated for this transmission. I request that when you ask a question, the participant give his name or her name, country, and also the email. The questions will be recollected by the technical support team and selected and then sent to this moderation, and so that they can be sent to the presentators during the time of each presentation that will be of 25 minutes each. The questions that cannot be answered during the transmission because of the time constraints will be sent later on to the presentator, and that will send his answer to the email given by the participant. And secondly, data and information, comments, and given by the presentators are of their exclusive responsibility and don't necessarily represent the official position of the IADB. And now that we have given these considerations, we're going to start the cycle of presentations of this seminar. The first speaker is the Master Jane Piazer, expert in the prevention of violence and crime of the Public Security Department of the Administration of the OAS. Mrs. Piazer acts like an expert at the AOS since 2018 in the prevention of violence and crime. And since 2018, she specialized in trafficking of persons and gender violence and coordinated initiatives in Ecuador, Honduras, Guatemala, Peru, Panama, and St. Lucia. She has a master's in international development by the Elliott School International Affairs of the University of Washington. She has concentrated her academic in resolution of conflicts and challenges faced by refugees and internally displaced in America. Master Piachi is going to present the topic trafficking in persons in context of human mobility, exploitation, labor exploitation of migrants, and the arisal of forced crime. The floor is yours now.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm going to share my presentation. On behalf of the Department of Public Security of the OAS, it is an honor to be able to share today some of the reflections on a phenomena that forces us to look at the trafficking in persons in a perspective that connects three realities that during a long time we analyzed separately: human mobility, labor exploitation, and the new ways of forced crime. The starting point is quite simple. When a person migrates looking for a job, security, or better living conditions, they should not enter a space of greater vulnerability in face of exploitation. Nevertheless, we know that in certain contexts, human mobility can be taken advantage of the traffickers and criminal networks and persons that are or wish to exploit others, to capture, exploit, export, and control people. And here we have the second challenge that is even more complex. In some modalities that in trafficking, the exploited person is not only just to produce a good or render a service or generate income for the trafficker. This person is exploited to commit a crime. And so this person, the migrant, The
es un
victim
instrumento de
is
la
an instrument
actividad.
of the criminal activity.
Esta persona puede ser
This
obligada a
person can be
transportar
forced to
drogas, a
transport drugs,
cometer
to
hurtos,
commit
a participar
robberies,
en fraudes
to participate in
financieros,
financial frauds,
realizar estafas
to
en
carry
línea, que
out
hoy en día es muy común,
frauds
actuar como
online,
correo humano de
to
dinero,
act
cometer
as a
delitos
courier
patrimoniales,
and commit
como
patrimonial
hemos visto
crimes, as we have
que
seen
ha crecido mucho
that
este
has
tipo
grown
de
very
delito
much. All these types of
en
crimes
Asia Sudoriental.
in Asia,
Ahí se
and
concentran muchos centros de
there are
estafa
many centers for fraud
digital, ¿no? Donde
and
tienen
digital
centros
fraud.
para
They
poder
have centers
llamar
to
o
be
enviar
able to call
información a
or send
diferentes personas de
information to
diferentes
different persons in
continentes y
different
mucho, incluyendo
continents,
nuestro continente.
including our
Y
continent.
estas
And
personas son
these persons are
forzadas
forced
a ejecutar
to
estas
execute
operaciones
these
de fraude
operations
digital
on
en contra
digital
las
fraud
personas en los
in,
diferentes
against persons
países.
in different countries.
Esta transformación
This
nos plantea
transformation
esta
states
pregunta
this question
fundamental, que es ¿qué
that is
ocurre
fundamental.
cuando
What happens
una
when
persona
a
víctima de
person
trata
victim of
aparece
trafficking
ante el sistema de
appears
justicia,
before the
no
justice
como
system,
víctima,
not as a
sino
victim, but
como
as
autora de un
the
delito?
author of a crime?
Esa
That
pregunta está
question
en el centro de la
is in the center
emergencia de la
of the
criminalidad
emergency
forzada.
of forced
Y por eso
criminality. And that is
consideramos
why we
especialmente
consider
relevante
that
que
it
este
is
tema
especially
haya sido
relevant for this
abordado
topic to be
de manera
approached
expresa en la octava reunión de
expressly in the
autoridades
eighth
nacionales en materia
meeting
de
of
trata de
national
personas
authorities in
de la
trafficking in
OEA,
persons
que
of
fue
the
celebrada
OAS
en
that
mayo,
was
el
held
14 y
in
15 de
May
mayo de este
14,
año,
15 of
bajo la
May
presidencia de
this year
Guatemala.
under the presidency of
Las
Guatemala.
recomendaciones
The
adoptadas por los
recommendations
países
adopted by
miembros
the member countries
en esta reunión
in this
ponen
meeting
juntos dos asuntos,
join
dos
two
temas que son
issues that are
fundamentales para la
fundamental
discusión.
for this
La trata
discussion.
con fines de trabajo
Trafficking with
forzado
the
o
purpose of forced
servicios
labor or
forzados en
services
contexto de
in
movilidad laboral
context of
y la
labor
trata con
mobility,
fines
and
de
the trafficking
reclutamiento o
with the
criminalidad
purpose of
forzada,
recruiting or
particularmente de
forced
niñas,
criminality
niños
of
y adolescentes.
children and
El
teenagers,
documento
especially.
reconoce
The document
expresamente la
recognizes
creciente
expressly the
complejidad
growing
de las
complexity of the
modalidades de la
different
trata,
modalities
incluyendo
in
el trabajo
trafficking,
forzado, los
including
servicios
forced
forzados,
labor,
la
forced
criminalidad
services,
forzada, el
forced
reclutamiento de
criminality,
niños,
the
niñas y adolescentes
recruiting
por
of children
grupos
and
delictivos
teenagers
organizados
by
y el uso
organized crime,
de
and the
entornos
use
digitales
of
para la captación,
the
así como
digital
para
means
cometer
for
estos delitos.
committing these crimes.
Nuestro propósito hoy
Our purpose today
es abordar
is
cuatro
to
cuestiones
approach four
que
issues
consideramos
that we
fundamentales para
consider are
comprender esta
fundamental to
evolución
understand this
y esta
evolution and
transformación
this
de la trata de
transformation
personas.
of
En primer
trafficking
lugar,
in persons. The
analizar
first one
cómo
is to
y por
analyze
qué
how
en
and why,
determinados
in
contextos de
certain
movilidad
contexts
humana
of
pueden
human
incrementar
mobility,
los riesgos
the
de
risks can
explotación
increase
laboral de las
for
personas
labor
migrantes.
exploitation of
En
migrants.
segundo lugar,
Secondly,
examinar la
examine
emergencia de
the
la criminalidad
emergency
forzada como una
of forced
modalidad de
criminality as a
explotación y la
exploitation
necesidad de
manner, and the
distinguirla de
need
aquellos
to
casos en
distinguish
que
it from
los que
those
una
cases in
persona
which
participa
one person
voluntariamente
participates
de la comisión de
voluntarily
un delito.
in
En
the
tercer
commission of a
lugar,
crime. And thirdly,
reflexionar sobre cómo la
reflect
exposición de
about
las
how
tecnologías
the
digitales
exposure
y
of digital
particularmente de
technologies
las
and
operaciones de
particularly
fraude
of
en
the
línea
uh,
y los llamados
line
scam
operations
centers
and scam
están
centers
transformando las
are
formas de
transforming the
captación,
ways of
control y
capturing,
explotación de
controlling,
las
and
víctimas.
exploiting
Y
victims.
finalmente,
And finally,
revisar qué respuestas están
review the
planteando los instrumentos
answers that
internacionales
international
subyacentes,
instruments
de
are
manera particular,
providing,
las
particularly
recomendaciones
the
adoptadas en el
recommendations
artículo
adopted
hemisférico en
in
2026 de la octava
2026
reunión
during the
de
eighth
autoridades
meeting of
nacionales de trata de
national
personas,
authorities in
quienes
trafficking in
ofrecen
persons
elementos
that offer
concretos
us
para
concrete
fortalecer la
elements to
prevención, la
strengthen
identificación y
prevention,
protección de las víctimas,
identification, and protection
así
of
como la
victims, as well as
investigación
the
y
investigation
persecución de las redes
and
criminales.
prosecution of criminal networks.
Movilidad humana y explotación
Human
laboral.
mobility and
Cuando la búsqueda
labor
de trabajo se
exploitation.
convierte en una
When
puerta de
seeking
entrada a
for
la
a
explotación.
job opens the
La
door for
movilidad
exploitation.
humana no
Human
causa la trata
mobility
de
does not
personas.
cause the
Es
trafficking in
importante
persons. It is important
empezar
to start with
con
this
esa precisión, ¿no? Las personas
precision.
migran por múltiples
People
razones,
migrate for many
sean
reasons:
económicas,
economic,
familiares, por
family,
cuestión de
questions,
ambientales, de seguridad,
environmental
porque son
issues, security,
víctimas o
because
tienen
they are
miedo de ser
victims
víctimas de
or they
alguna
are afraid of
violencia
being
o simplemente por
victims
la
of
búsqueda
violence,
de una vida
or just
mejor.
because they're looking for a better
El problema
life.
aparece cuando
The
determinadas
problem
condiciones
appears when
asociadas a
certain
la movilidad humana
conditions
son
associated
aprovechadas
to
por
human
tratantes que
mobility
buscan el
are
crimen
taken
organizado.
advantage of by the
La irregular,
criminal networks.
irregularidad
The
migratoria, la
irregularity, the
dependencia
migration
económica, el
irregularity, and the
desconocimiento de la
economic dependence
legislación
and the
laboral en
uh,
el local donde están,
ignore,
las barreras lingüísticas,
ignoring
el
the
aislamiento
labor
social,
laws,
la dependencia
linguistic
respecto a
barriers,
un
or the social
empleador, a un
isolation, and the
intermediario, la
dependence with
deuda
respect to
contraída
an
para financiar el
employer or
viaje
intermediate
y la migración,
intermediary, and
la
the
retención de
debt
documentos
to pay
y el
their
temor a ser
trip,
detenida o
and the
deportada
retention
puede
of
generar
documents, and the
situaciones en las que una persona
fear of
deja
being
de tener
detained
una
or
alternativa
deported
real
can
frente a
create
la explotación.
situations of
Por
in a
eso, el
person.
concepto de
And
posición de
that's why
vulnerabilidad
the
resulta tan
concept
importante.
of
El
vulnerability is so
protocolo de
important. The
Palermo
protocol of
comprende la
Palermo
capacitación,
includes the
transporte,
training,
traslado,
transportation,
acogida
transfer,
o recepción de personas
reception
mediante
of persons
determinados
through
medios,
certain
entre
means,
ellos la
among which
amenaza o
we
el
have
uso
the
de la
threat
fuerza,
or the use of
la
force,
coerción, el
coercion,
fraude, el engaño,
fraud,
el abuso de
deceiving,
poder o de una
abuse of
situación de
power,
vulnerabilidad
or a situation of
con el
vulnerability
propósito de
with the
explotación.
purpose of
Y esa
exploitation.
explotación
And that
incluye como mínimo
exploitation
el
includes
trabajo
as
por
minimum
servicios
the
forzados, la
forced work or
esclavitud o
services,
prácticas
slavery,
análogas a
or
estas, la servitud
analog
y otras
practices
formas de
as
explotación.
slavery and other
El
forms of
protocolo también
exploitation. The
establece
protocol
que
also
cuando se han
establishes
utilizado
that when
estos medios,
these means have been used,
el consentimiento de la
the
víctima resulta
consent of the person
jurídicamente
is
irrelevante.
legally
En el
irrelevant.
caso de
In the
niñas,
case of
niños y
children
adolescentes,
and
tanto
teenagers,
los medios
both
empleados
the
como su eventual consentimiento
means
son
employed and the
irrelevantes.
consent of
La
the
sola
child is
finalidad de
irrelevant.
explotación permite
Just the
calificar la
purpose of
conducta como trata de
exploitation
personas.
allows to qualify
Esta
this
última
conduct
cuestión
as trafficking
es
in persons.
particularmente
This
importante en
is
contextos
particularly
migratorios,
important in
porque una
migration
de las
context because one
características
of
más
the
frecuentes de esta
most
situación
frequent
es que la
characteristics of
víctima
this situation is
inicialmente
that the
acepta
victim
una oportunidad de
accepts
trabajo,
a labor
acepta una
opportunity,
oferta, acepta
an offer
viajar,
of work,
acepta pagar
accepts
a un
to travel
intermediario,
and
acepta
pay an
determinadas
intermediary
condiciones.
and given
Pero el
certain
consentimiento
conditions. But the
inicial para
initial
migrar o
consent
trabajar
or
no
to work
equivale a
is not
consentir a
the
la
same as
explotación.
consent to exploitation.
La explotación La
Exploitation
explotación puede comenzar
can start
posteriormente mediante
later
mecanismos de
through
control que transforman
control
radicalmente la
mechanisms that
relación. Y
transform
aquí
the
tenemos que abandonar
relationship
una
radically. And
concepción
here we have
demasiado
to
estrecha de lo que
abandon a very
significa,
narrow
de lo que
concept
significa
of the
el
meaning
trabajo forzado.
of forced
No
labor,
siempre veremos a una
because we will
persona
not always
cerrada
see a
físicamente.
person
Puede existir libertad
enclosed
aparentemente de
physically.
movimiento,
They
pero
can have
ausencia de una
uh,
alternativa real
like
para
freedom
abandonar
of
el trabajo.
movement, but they
Puede
cannot leave
existir un
their job.
contrato,
There can exist
pero el
a
contrato no
contract, but the
puede haber
contract
sido
uh,
omitido a través de
could
un
have
engaño.
been
Puede existir un
taken by
salario, pero el
deceiving the
salario puede ser absorbido por
migrant,
una deuda
and maybe
artificial.
a salary, but the
Puede
salary
existir
is
un empleador
absorbed by
formal, pero detrás puede existir
a,
una red de
a
intermediarios y
fake
explotación.
debt. And this leads to
Por eso,
exploitation.
las
That is why
recomendaciones de la
the
octava reunión de
recommendations of the
autoridades
eighth meeting of
nacionales
authorities, national
en materia de
authorities
trata de
in
personas
trafficking in
son
persons,
especialmente
are
importantes.
especially
La
important.
recomendación
The
número 6
recommendation
llama
number 6
a
calls
fortalecer los
to
marcos
strengthen
normativos
the
y las
legal
políticas
frameworks
laborales,
and labor
la
policies,
inspección laboral
the labor
y la
inspection,
supervisión de
and the
sectores de alto
supervision of
riesgo de
sectors of high
trabajo o
risk
servicios forzados.
for labor
También
and for
propone
services, and
debida
proposes
diligencia
the due
empresarial en las
diligence
cadenas de
in the
suministro,
chains of
canales
supplies,
confidenciales de
channels
denuncia,
of
aplicación del principio de no
denouncements, and the
penalización
principle of
y
no
mecanismos de
penalization and
rendición de
mechanism of
cuentas para quienes reclutan, intermedian o
accountability for those
explotan a
that
las personas.
recruit or
La
exploit
recomendación
persons.
número 7 da un
Recommendation number
paso
7
adicional.
gives one
Exige
additional step
mejorar
and
la
demands to
coordinación
improve the
entre autoridades
coordination
migratorias,
between the migration
policiales, laborales,
authorities, police, labor,
consulares,
consular,
judiciales y de la
judicial,
protección
and
de víctimas. Esto es
the
esencial,
protection of victims. And this is
porque la
essential
trata laboral de
because the
personas
labor
migrantes
of
no puede ser
trafficking of migrants
detectada
cannot be
únicamente desde
detected
la
only
policía.
from the
Puede ser
police
detectada
perspective.
por
It
un
can be
inspector del
detected by
trabajo,
a
por un
labor
funcionario
inspector, by
consular,
a
por una autoridad
consular officer,
migratoria,
a
por una
migration
organización de la
authority,
sociedad
or an
civil, por un servicio de
organization of
salud,
civil society, or a
por una
health
institución
organization, by an
educativa,
education institution
incluso
as
por
well,
una
even
entidad
by
financiera
a
que
financial
detecte
entity that
patrones
detects
sospechosos.
some suspicious
Por ello,
patterns.
la
That is
prevención
why
efectiva
the
requiere que el
prevention
Estado sea
requires that the
capaz de
state be
conectar
capable of
información
connecting
y
information
señales
and
que
signs
aisladamente
that
pueden parecer
isolatedly could seem
insuficientes.
not enough.
Y existe otro
And
elemento
there is another
fundamental, los
fundamental element,
mecanismos de
the
contratación.
mechanisms for
La
contracting.
recomendación número
The
8 de la
recommendation
octava
number
reunión
8 of the
llama a
eighth
promover
meeting
prácticas de
calls to
contratación
promote
ética y transparente
some
y a fortalecer la
contracting
regulación y revisión
laws
de
that are
agencias de
ethical and to
reclutamiento
review
laboral,
the recruiting
incluyendo
agencies,
sectores como
including
agricultura,
sectors like
textiles,
agricultural, textiles,
construcción,
construction,
minería, servicios de
mining,
llamadas, servicios
call centers,
turísticos y otros
touristic
sectores que
centers, and
pueden
other
involucrar
sectors
la
that can be
contratación de personas
involve the
migrantes.
contracting of
Esto
migrants.
nos conduce a
This
una
leads
conclusión.
to a
El
conclusion.
enfrentamiento a la trata
The
laboral
to face
comienza antes de la que
trafficking in
persona
persons
llegue
starts
al
before
lugar
the
de la
person arrives
explotación.
to the place of
Comienza en la
exploitation.
oferta de
It
trabajo,
starts
en
with
el
a work
intermediario,
offer
en la
and the
agencia de reclutamiento,
intermediary
en la
and the
publicidad a través
recruiting
de
agency
los
and the
medios
publicity
digitales como
through
las
the
redes
digital
sociales,
means like
en el
some
contrato,
social
en
networks.
el
And the
servicio, en el
contract
sistema
at
de
this
migración
in
laboral
the
y
labor
en la
migration
posibilidad
system
real
and
de que
the
la
real
persona conozca sus
possibility that the
derechos y
person
pueda
might
denunciar
know
sin
his
miedo.
rights and denounce without fear.
De la explotación laboral
From
a la
labor
criminalidad
exploitation
forzada.
to forced
Cuando la
criminality,
víctima es
when the victim
utilizada
is
como
used
instrumento de
as an
delito.
instrument of crime.
Ahora quisiera introducir
Now, I would
este
like to
segundo
introduce
punto,
this
el
second
punto eje
issue,
de la
the
presentación.
second axis of my
Durante mucho tiempo,
presentation. For
cuando
many
pensábamos
years,
en
when we
trata de personas,
thought about trafficking
imaginábamos
in persons,
principalmente
we
grandes
imagined
formas de
two great
explotación,
forms of
explotación
exploitation,
sexual y
sexual
explotación laboral.
exploitation and labor
Pero el
exploitation.
fenómeno
But
ha cambiado
the
y ha
phenomena has changed
evolucionado
and evolved,
principalmente desde
mainly
el inicio de
since
la pandemia
the
del COVID en
starting of the
2020.
pandemic of the
El
COVID
reporte
in
global
2020.
sobre
The
trata de personas de
global
2024,
report
publicado
of
por la
persons
UNODC,
of
confirma
2024
que
by the
además de la
UEDC
explotación
confirms
sexual
that
y el
besides
trabajo
sexual
forzado,
exploitation
la
and forced labor,
criminalidad
forced
forzada se encuentra entre
criminality
las
is
formas de
among the
explotación
forms of
detectadas a
exploitation
nivel
detected
mundial
at the world
y que
level,
las
and
detecciones
that the
globales de víctimas
global
aumentaron
detections of victims
25%
include
en
in
2022
grew
respecto a 2019.
25% in 2022
La trata para criminalidad forzada
compared to
puede definirse de
2019.
manera
And this
sencilla
can be
como
defined
aquella
as
situación en la
that
que una
situation in
persona
which
es
a person
tratada con el
is
propósito de
treated
explotarla,
with the purpose
obligándola
of
o
exploiting them,
compeliéndola a
forcing them
realizar
to
actividades
carry out
criminales
criminal
para generar
activities,
beneficios
to generate
económicos o de otro
economic
tipo
benefits
para los
or of
tratantes.
another type
Aquí,
for the
la diferencia entre
traffickers. The
criminalidad
difference
y
between
victimización
criminality and
resulta esencial,
victimization is
porque
essential
una víctima puede haber
because a victim
cometido objetivamente
could
un
have
delito,
committed a crime,
puede haber participado
could
en
have
una operación de
participated
fraude,
in a fraud
puede haber
operation,
transportado
could have
dinero, puede haber
transported money,
utilizado
could have
documentos
used
falsos,
forged
pudo
documents,
haber
could
vendido
have
drogas
sold
o
drugs,
realizado
or
pequeños
carried out
hurtos.
some
Pero el
robberies.
hecho de que haya
But the fact
cometido
that
una
they
conducta
committed uh,
tipificada penalmente no
uh,
responde por sí
criminally
solo a la pregunta de si esa
typified
persona es
conduct
víctima o
does not
victimaria de
respond
trata.
to the question if the
La
person
pregunta
is a victim
anterior es, ¿en
of
qué
crime or
circunstancias
not. So
llegó
in
a
what
cometer ese delito?
circumstance
Y eso es
did
muy
they commit
importante.
this crime? And this
¿Fue
is
una
a very
decisión
important
libre,
question. Was it a
fue
free
consecuencia
decision?
directa de
Was
una
it the
explotación?
direct consequence of
¿Existió
exploitation?
coerción,
Was there
engaño,
coercion,
amenaza?
deceiveness, a threat?
¿Hubo un abuso
Was
de la
there an
vulnerabilidad
abuse
de
of
esta
the
persona?
vulnerability of this
La
person?
persona
The
tenía la
person had
posibilidad
the
de decirle
possibility
no,
of
de
saying
abandonar
no and
esta
abandon
actividad.
this activity,
¿Quién
and who
obtuvo el beneficio final de
will
esta acción o
receive
de
the
esta actividad
final
criminal?
benefit of this criminal activity.
Estas preguntas son
These
fundamentales
questions
para
are fundamental
diferenciar
to
al victimario
differentiate
de la
the
persona
victimizer
explotada
from the
mediante
exploited
criminalidad
person through
forzada.
forced crime.
Este tema
And
acaba de
this
recibir
topic just
reconocimiento
received recognition,
importante a
particularly
nivel de las
importantly
Naciones
at the
Unidas, a
level of the
nivel global.
United Nations and
En
global
junio de
level. In
2026,
June
durante la
2026, during
35ª
the
sesión
35th
de la
session
Comisión de las
of the
Naciones
Commission
Unidas
of the
para la
United
Prevención del
Nations for the
Delito y
Prevention
la
of Crime
Justicia Penal,
and
se
Criminal
adoptó por
Justice,
consenso la
they
resolución
adopted
Countering Trafficking
unanimously
for the
the
Purpose of Forced
counting
Criminality. La
uh,
resolución reconoce la
they
trata de personas con
recognize
fines
the
de
trafficking of
criminalidad
persons
forzada
with
como
forced
una forma grave de
criminality
explotación
purposes as
y
a
hace un llamado a
severe
fortalecer
form
la
of
identificación
exploitation
y
and made
protección
a
de las
call to
víctimas,
protect
así
the
como la
victims,
cooperación
as well as the
internacional
international
para
cooperation
enfrentar
to
a este delito.
face this crime.
Este desarrollo es
This
particularmente
development is
relevante
particularly
porque
relevant because
consolida a
it
nivel
consolidates
universal
at
una
the
idea que
universal
resulta
level an
fundamental para la
idea that
respuesta
is
penal.
fundamental for
Las
the
personas que
criminal
son obligadas o
answer
compelidas
or
a cometer
legal
delitos
answer.
como
The persons that
consecuencia
are
directa de
forced
una
to commit a
situación de
crime
trata deben
as
ser
a
identificadas
consequence
y
of
tratadas
trafficking have
como
to be
víctimas y no
identified and
simplemente
treated
como
as victims
infractores.
and not as
Esto nos lleva directamente al
culprits.
principio de no
This
penalización de
takes
las
us to
víctimas.
the
No
beginning,
significa
no
que toda persona que
victimization of
alegue haber
the
sido víctima
victims.
quede
Not everybody,
automáticamente exenta de
not everybody
responsabilidad
that
penal,
claims
pero
being a
sí que
victim
los
is
sistemas de justicia deben
immediately
ser capaces de
exempt of
identificar la
an illegal action,
victimización
but it is
antes de
important to
castigar la
identify
condena,
the
cuando existen
criminal
elementos que
action and
indican el
victimization
delito que fue
before
consecuencia directa
the
de una situación de
penalty
trata.
and
La
confirm that this
resolución
person was
recientemente
a victim
adoptada por
of
la Comisión de
trafficking.
las
The
Naciones Unidas
resolution of the
refuerza
United
la
Nations
necesidad de abordar
strengthens the
esta
need to
problemática desde una
approach this
perspectiva
problem
centrada en
from
las
a
víctimas, incluyendo
perspective
medidas
centered
para
on
mejorar
victims,
su identificación
including
y
measures
evitar
to
quienes
improve their
fueron
identification
compelidos a cometer
and
delitos como
identify who
consecuencia
was
de la
forced
trata,
to
sean
commit a
tratados
crime
simplemente
as
como
consequence of
delincuentes.
trafficking.
Y este principio
And this
adquiere una
principle
importancia enorme cuando
acquires an
hablamos de
enormous
personas
importance when we
migrantes.
talk
¿Por qué?
about
Porque
migrants
una persona
because
migrante en
a
situación
migrant
irregular
in an
puede ser
irregular
identificada
situation can be
primero por una
identified
autoridad
by
como
an
infractora
authority
de
as
la
an
legislación
infractor
migratoria.
from the migration
Una persona puede
legislation.
ser
A
detenida
person
por
can be
utilizar documentación
detained
falsa,
for
puede
using
ser
forged
investigada
documents and
por transportar
investigated for
drogas,
transporting drugs,
puede ser acusada de
can be
fraude,
accused of
puede ser
fraud, can
considerada
be considered
integrante de una
a
organización
part of
criminal.
a criminal
Y solamente
organization.
después
And
puede
only
aparecer la
after
evidencia de que
the
esa persona
evidence
fue
can
capturada,
arise that this
transportada,
person had been
controlada y
transported and
explotada.
controlled and
El
exploited.
orden que las
The
instituciones de
order that
identificación
the
puede determinar si
institutions,
encontramos una víctima o
when
solamente
they
un
find
acusado. Por
someone, they
eso, la
have to
respuesta
decide if it is a
institucional debe
victim or a
incorporar
criminal.
mecanismos
So
capaces
we have to
de
have the
detectar
mechanisms
tempranamente
capable
los
of
indicadores de
detecting
la trata.
all the
Antes de
indicators
que
of
la primera
trafficking
respuesta
before the
del
first
sistema sea
response
la
of the system
detención,
is the
el
detention,
procesamiento o la
the
sanción de las personas
processing of the
explotadas.
sanction of the
En el caso de
exploited
niñas,
persons. In
niños
the
y
case of
adolescentes,
children
el
and
estándar debe
teenagers,
ser
the
todavía más
standard
fuerte.
has to be even
Cuando
stronger.
ocurren los
When
elementos
the
constitutivos
elements
de la trata, conforme el
concur of
protocolo de
a
Palermo,
case of
el
trafficking
consentimiento
according
de
to
una
the
víctima
Palermo,
menor de edad
uh,
es jurídicamente irrelevante.
then
Del mismo modo,
uh,
cuando un
it
niño,
is
niña o
irrelevant
adolescente
if the person
comete
or the
actos
child
delictivos
gave its
como
consent,
consecuencia directa
and
de su
also if
situación de
they committed
explotación,
a
debe
crime due to
garantizarse la
their
aplicación del
exploitation,
principio
then
de
we have to
no
guarantee
penalización.
the principle
Todo
of
esto
no
nos obliga a cambiar las preguntas.
penalization.
No
This
debemos
makes us
preguntar
change the
solamente qué
questions. We
delito
must not
cometió esta
ask only
persona.
what crime did this
Debemos
person
preguntar
commit.
también
We have
quién
to
la
ask
puso en la
who
situación y a
placed the
beneficio de
person
quién.
in this situation and who
La
is
nueva
benefited.
frontera,
The
centros
new
de
border,
estafa,
the
tecnología y explotación transnacional.
fraud centers and
El tercer elemento
universal
de esta
centers for
discusión es
exploitation. The
particularmente
second
relevante
element of
porque
this
muestra cómo
discussion
la
is very
trata
relevant
se
because it
adapta a
shows
las
how trafficking
transformaciones
adapts to
tecnológicas y económicas.
technological and economic
Me refiero
changes.
a las
I
operaciones de
refer to
fraude
the
en línea
fraud
y a los
operations
llamados
online
scam
and the
centers.
scheme centers.
UNODC ha documentado
The
especialmente el
OETC
fenómeno
has
en el sudeste
documented
asiático,
this
donde
phenomena in
organizaciones
the
criminales han
Southeast
desarrollado
Asia, where the
operaciones
criminals
sofisticadas de
have
fraude
carried
digital,
out
utilizando a personas
very
víctimas de trata para ejecutar estafas y otras
sophisticated
actividades criminales. Estas
operations
operaciones pueden
online. These
funcionar en
operations
casinos,
can work in
hoteles,
the
edificios
casinos,
residenciales,
hotels, residential
oficinas o
buildings,
complejos
offices, or
protegidos.
protected complexes. The victims are recruited and through some forged job offers. They offer a legitimate job, attractive salary, and once that they arrive at their destination, they can be hit, threatened, victims of sexual violence, and and uh, obliged to send thousands of messages and make calls, create false forged profiles, and manipulate other persons. The UNDC has described these operations as a growing way of trafficking for forged criminality and has pinpointed its relationship with organized crime, money laundering, and cyber crimes. The victims can come from the Americas to Africa and the Middle East and other regions. This is a modality that can be transnational in recruiting and done digitally and can be carried out in any part of the world. Here, I see that it is almost my time, but these are some questions that we have to keep in mind at the moment that we are analyzing this case of trafficking. And then the investigation has to become a financial and a technological investigation. It is very important to do these investigations, analyze the parallel capitals to identify and block and seize the benefits that can be used for the restitution of the victims of trafficking. I would like to comment quickly the role of ICA and the opportunity of the hemisphere. The ICAT is a group, interinstitutional group against trafficking of persons promoted by the United Nations and the OEDC and has more than 32 international centers. And this year, United Nations and UNICEF are the co-presidency. ICAT carries out a lot of work at the hemisphere and globally, and also has webinars and different developments of documents that support the different countries of the hemisphere. It is important to highlight that this year, the topic of the Day Against the Trafficking was trapped behind a fraud. We know that this topic, as we said before, is being used a lot for the forced criminalization to commit these digital crimes. So it is very important for the countries in the region to be prepared to be able to detect these crimes and face them better and also investigate and process them because they are being committed transnationally, and the person could be in the Southeast Asia area and frauding a person in Brazil, for instance. I would like to end then with some lines of action for a hemispheric response to this crime. The first line would be to identify the victim before identifying the infractor, and in order not to penalize a victim of trafficking. So it is important that all the different authorities, be they police or migration or judicial, have these indicators to identify the victim, that is a person that is committing a crime but that is a victim of trafficking. The second action line would be to no penalization. The principle cannot be just a normative statement. They have to be incorporated into the protocols of the police and justice system. And when it corresponds, we have to verify that the person was exploited, was a victim of exploitation, and not penalize him or her for a crime committed under exploitation. The third line of action would be to strengthen the digital means, because these are used by the criminals. All the social networks and the police and the justice system have to be very strengthened to see how they can block these financial crimes as well. The fourth line of action is to strengthen regional cooperation, because it can be a domestic crime, but the fourth crime, it becomes a transnational, and it is important for the countries of the region to be aligned and in cooperation. And the fifth action line will always be to place the victims and the survivors at the center of the response. It is important for persons can participate of this and this response and include their ideas and their recommendations in the policies and laws and any other action that is developed to face trafficking in persons. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I hope that the information will be of use for all those that are using this means, and I'm available for any question. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Mestra Piazza, pela importante apresentação.
Thank you for this very important presentation that has made us understand these very important points and on the social conditions of human mobility, so that we can have an emphasis here on forced labor, also the organization of defense of the victims, how to cooperate against international transnational crime. We have a formal question, and I'm going to do it in Spanish. Colonel Sanchez from Mexico asks, which signs may help the authorities to recognize if a person is being forced to commit a crime and it could be actually a victim of human trafficking or forced labor? Thank you. Some of the signs that we can identify is to verify if this person has these earnings, if what the result from this crime, from theft or from a digital fraud, if this person has in his power, in his account, somehow these earnings, if the person can explain to you, if they can provide more information on how they carried out this fraud, you can see how this person got to this place where they were. If they have more information on how they planned, how they got to the place where they are at, and there's many indicators, physical indicators. Sometimes the person who are a victim, they don't know how to answer. You can see that they are afraid of sharing any type of information. Sometimes you can even see some physical indicators, because in many cases, people are also suffering from physical violence. And these are some of the indicators that you can identify. But also I can gladly share with you a list of indicators. Since I'm going to have all the emails, I can share this list of indicators so that you can have it, because it can be a very big list. Thank you. Thank you for your very direct and clarifying response, so that we can identify these indicators. Then, due to time, the questions that couldn't be answered will be sent to the presenter afterwards, so we can obtain a response. Thank you again to Gianni Piazza for your participation, your exceptional participation. And continuing with the seminar, we will present the second presenter by Master Cecilia Ganosa Reyes. She's the Chief of Programs of the International Organization for Migration of the UN in Peru. She is a master and she is a specialist in migration and humanitarian action. He has more than 10 years of experience in the IMO, and during her career, she has led programs of integration, assistance to migrants, and response in Latin America. Also, she has a master's in social management from the Catholic University of Peru. Also, she has a specialty in politics by the University of Costa Rica. She will be presenting the topic, strengthening the capacity of response to migratory flows, good practices, and mechanisms of cooperation for a good management of human mobility. Presenter, the floor is yours.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning.
¿Me confirman, por favor, si
Please, can you confirm if my screen is being seen, being projected? Yes, it's perfect. And thank you very much. I'm glad to be here with all of you. Good morning. I also appreciate this space and the coordination of this seminar and the authorities of the IADB for promoting this space of exchange of information. As was mentioned at the beginning, right now, I would like to provide some of the information on some of the activities and responses that are good practices for a wholesome management of human mobility. These are tools that we have used in the region and that we would like to share today. In general, when talking about the mandate and the objectives of the IOM, I want to generally mention that within the pillars that the IOM has, we have to save life and protect people who are moving, and to drive solutions for displacements and to facilitate ways of migration, regular migration. So through the different mechanisms, we can reach these objectives, which will be linked with the World Pact for Migration and also with the Sustainable Development Objectives, so that in order to work towards these objectives, there's some tools, which are the ones that I will share today. And basically, they will be able to provide us with examples of mechanisms of creation and sharing of information and articulated work, which is a result of this space, because we have the need for a coordination for an articulate work. So then also we will have the matrix of displacements that will be generated, and also the measurements on the migratory governance. So municipally or per district or per province, we can have different indicators based on the information, the interinstitutional information provided by the state, so that we can have profiles to study how the migratory governance is being carried out. Also, we have the systematizing of good practices and experiences. This is something that is very important. It's the exchange and the experience that will allow us to have updates, adequate updates based on evidence, so that we can provide adequate responses. Something very important too that we'll be mentioning are the mechanisms of coordination. In this presentation, we will be mentioning one in specific, which is the R4V GTRM. I know that regionally we have several platforms, tables, work groups that have come out due to the context, and some others that have been sustained through time so that we can work articulately. And then also we have a follow-up on the public policies per sector and national. And this is something that we can also rely on. So because the generation of public policies will provide the guidelines established so that we can have them as guidelines, guides in order to take action. Then these pillars of response that we can have is that no institution will be able to manage a human mobility in an independent manner. This is something that we have seen in practice. It is necessary. This is based on evidence that we're generated. We need to be coordinated through the different stakeholders and also the evidence that we will be generating so that we can establish this protocol and improve protocols. So these are the three examples that I will be explaining today. The World Pact for Migration, which is this very wide global framework where we can see how the states have been adhering to apply this. Also, we have GTRM, which is a regional tool, and DTM is a practical tool of collection of information, which will allow us to collect information as evidence. As I was mentioning, migration in the hemisphere throughout the region is a structural reality today. It's not just something that is just per context. We have different regions in the different countries, and it also goes through the borders and through the capacities. So it is important to have an exchange and these type of spaces so that we can be adhered to these guidelines to have a better management. There's no state that can manage it in an isolated manner because we know that people are in constant movement internally within the countries and also internationally when doing these migrations. And these are the needs that we will be looking at on how to take care of those. So due to this, a good response requires that we have timely information to decide on something that is being generated so that we can continue generate a good response and we can understand the needs and the profiles of the people that will be migrating, because not all of the migrators are the same. Also, we have to understand that there's these mechanisms of coordination to act in an articulate manner. We have several examples in the region. And then we have the route sheet, so that the roadmap, the shared roadmap, so that we can have the specific profiles and also the guidelines in the topic of security, in the topic of response, of organization. As you know, in our region, for example, we have, as Latin American and in the Caribbean, there's people from with Venezuelan nationality, and we have, there's almost 7 million people that have migrated. There's more than 1 million Venezuelans in Peru, and more than 200,000 people who are in transit through Peru. So we're looking at this in different countries. This is not just Venezuelans, but also Ecuadorians, and there's neighboring countries that you can see this, that there's people who want to reside there, but there's also people who want to transit, and they're in permanent transit. And there's population that we will need to take care of with a specific roadmap. This is why it is very important to generate information based on evidence, as was mentioned before. Considering migratory governance in a global manner, which is what I was mentioning as the main point, we have the World Pact for Migration. This is the first pact, the first agreement of the UN, which is intergovernmental on a common focus on how to handle international migration. Many of you have seen this symbol, you know these objectives, these principles, and what we want is to have, with this tool, we want to have a global, collective understanding. We want to have a specific tool that takes care of the specific objectives so that the countries that are aligned with these objectives can work towards them. So this was addressed, and this was signed in 2018, and 162 countries have participated. This is not a linking pact judicially, but this is based on the Agenda 2030 which we're all working on to reach this, and the international law also. Also, based on the fact we have all of these examine forum of international migration. Here we examine all of the tasks that have been established to be able to comply with in this platform, in this world platform. We can see how the different topics are being taken care of with regards to human mobility. We've seen how every country presents their reports, their updates. There's been some very good responses, and the countries, every year they do a review of all of their commitments. What types of commitments can they assume? The improvement or the renovation or creation of a national policy for migration, in the creation of processes for regulating status, and also processes with other states. These are some examples. So at a country level, the network also to follow up to the alignment of the pact, and also the different agencies and programs of the UN participate. So when we're working on this topic of migration and human mobility, we're also taking care of all the efforts that are done to be able to reach this. Then also there's a specific example of a platform, a regional platform. We have this platform called R4V, and this is in response to refugees and migrants from Venezuela. And this has been applied in different countries. The name can vary per country. It can vary, but it is the same platform that is in more than 10 countries. So in our region, this platform is a response to this displacement that occurred, and that it's still occurring from people from Venezuelan nationality, and the other countries in the region have received more than 6.9 million people. Here we have Colombia, Peru, Brazil, Chile, and Ecuador. These are the countries that have received the Venezuelans. We've seen in the last years how the destinations have changed, the countries that have received them, the policies for receiving them, and this has also caused some changes in the trends. In the case of Peru, for example, it's the second country, second global destination, and the first one. So then these spaces of articulation, here we have more than 100 organizations, NGOs, UN agencies, international cooperation. They have found this space to generate plans of response so that we can channel adequately the humanitarian assistance, the different protection strategies, and the sustainable strategy for the integration of the people that have arrived in the country. These plans that have been worked on in the different countries. For example, we have the regional plan of response to refugees and migrants, and through the work that was done in the prior years, in 2024, in 2023, 2025. So what they were doing is to bring all of the stakeholders that were providing a response through the different areas of response, protection, humanitarian aid, food. They wanted to see the capacities, also the needs, and so that they can define a line of response. This is the cycle. This is a cycle that would allow us to have the information on the needs, to have a plan with goals per sector and with a specific budget, and then how we would execute it. This went in hand with a continuous monitoring, which allowed the organizations and the donors, the cooperation to the different states that were also providing to it, to have a map on how this articulation is taking place of the needs towards this response. So this is an example in particular. This is the response of R4B. This is something for the population of migrants in the Americas, but there's been other efforts in Central America, for example, and Mexico also for other populations. But what we can take out from this is that there's a specific articulation towards response and how this can allow us to have more strategic executions. It can allow us to avoid duplications and also to have continuous monitoring and accountability. In a more operational level, we have tools also that are very useful. For example, from the IOM, we use the DTM. The DTM is a matrix of follow-up of displacements. Right now, we are doing this for people who are transiting in an irregular manner, but there's different profiles that we can work with. This tool will be able to collect different data, also to send information to different levels, and so that different policies can be applied based on that evidence. There's different ways where this information can be collected, but it's done through surveys. So on the field, there's personnel on the field here in Peru in the borders, so that they can carry out surveys for the people who are transiting between the countries, so that we can identify the characteristics of this group and the needs, the abilities, the specific characteristics that they have, so that among the countries, they can provide different responses. What are the results that this can provide? This is public information that can be read in the webpage. It creates dashboards and reports, which can be downloadable, and it allows us in an interactive manner to see what the profile is of the people who are transiting. This is without specific information, for example, names, but the characteristics. This is something that we'll see further ahead, like, for example, ages, profiles, if they are traveling with their families, if they're traveling alone, if children are coming, are also transiting, if they are transiting alone, pregnant women. And in this way, we can have a better image of the different needs that can be taken care of. And also we can have the specific services to take care of it. This is a clear example to put into practice when this is done. This is carried out in all of the Americas, in Peru, in the north border, which is the border with Ecuador and also the border with Chile. We do this surveys so that we can define the characteristics. This is also done to the people who are willing to respond to these questions. And it allows us to have quarterly reports, and we exchange them with the different humanitarian stakeholders so that we can all have this information on the needs that may come up. And also it is shared with the authorities of the area and with other people who are cooperating. The last report, in the last report, we were able to interview different people, and we could see that the trends in this last quarter, mainly we had Venezuelan nationals who were coming in, and then Colombians and Ecuadorians who were also transiting through Peru. Most of them, almost 100%, were showing and indicated specific needs. For example, food and nutrition was one of the main needs. Then also hygiene and health. This was also very necessary. Also hydration, and then shelter and lodging, protection and health assistance. So this is people in transit who haven't been able to have a residence in the last 6 months, and they will need this urgently. This humanitarian aid will be provided based on this, and this makes it more efficient. The conditions to have the food in each of the spaces for attention, also to have hydration in all the spaces, and to have all of this information for protection and medical attention. So as I was mentioning, this allows us to have profiles for attention. If we have pregnant women, also, for example, then they need to be referred immediately to a health center, also the elderly. And something that is very important is that out of more than the 1,000 people that were interviewed, they had been traveling for more than 20 days on foot. So we could see also that they have had to sleep outdoors. They didn't have an adequate food or drinkable water. So this is something that allows us to respond in an effective manner, not just for the humanitarian assistance, but also for the authorities. So in a general way, as we have shared, something that will be very important is to have an adequate handling of the information that can provide adequate responses. The handling of flows and humanitarian aid and the borders is something that goes hand in hand with the continuous monitoring and the structure and the protocol that can be based on that evidence. And this will be good to have operational coordinations. Then also the topic of protection was also mentioned. The identification of needs is necessary in all of the processes, from the identification and transit, and then later when people want to become legal, and the integration processes to be able to have all the profiles and the needs that the people have whenever they are looking and whenever they decide to define or determine their residency, their place of residency, then we need to see the capacity of the state to respond as far, and also the people's capacity. For example, if they require education, if they require formal work, if they require a place to live, then this will be framed as actions that need to go hand in hand with all the different legal processes for regulating their status, regulating their status. And also, it was mentioned also in the prior presentation, this topic of human trafficking, because these factors also allow, when people are very well informed and when there's good attention to the people, then we can identify early whenever there's a victim, and we have protocols for attention for these people. So this allows us to have a good referencing of the people. And in order to conclude, we can see with these examples that were mentioned, these are the main points: to institutionalize governance. This means to have all these spaces of intersectoral coordination to provide an effective response, not just humanitarian responses, but in context of emergency, but then integrated as a good practice when creating policies and sustainable responses. Also, to provide feedback on the evidence. This needs to be done continuously to provide an adequate response. And then lastly, to translate the commitments into national instruments. We saw it with the pact. We have these very big national commitments, and we need to see this in practice in the public policies, in the strategies, in the protocols, and at all levels. And this will provide a better response. And then good sense, coordination, and evidence. This results in a orderly, secure, and regular management. So this will be it from me. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Thank you for this very brilliant and direct presentation that has allowed us to understand the importance of articulating the migration and the interinstitutional agreements in order to strengthen the capacity of response of the states and to promote an orderly and secure and regular management of human mobility, your testimony of the work of the IOM and the work that we do also together in Brazil. They have done excellent work. So we have a question. This was done by the attendants. I'm going to do it in Spanish. It was done by Eduardo Garcia. Which countries are receiving more migratory pressure, and what are the main causes?
Gracias. Por presión migratoria,
Thank you.
creería que
Due
se
to migratory pressure, I think that you mean the specific flows, the migratory flows.
justamente a través del DTM, ahorita se está visualizando que
Right
Colombia
now, we're
es
seeing
uno
that
de los
Colombia, for
países
instance, that is one of the
más
countries that is receiving more
y
population,
también,
and also
personas que indican tendencias hacia
people
países
that
como Perú y Brasil
have a
también.
trend to go to Peru
Tenemos
and
el
Brazil.
DTM por
And
los
we have the
países, que es
DTM by
información
the
que se
countries,
puede
which is
compartir, donde podemos ver
this information can
tanto
be
de países
shared,
de donde indican
both
salir
from the
hacia y donde
countries
quieren
of
también,
exit towards the
las personas
countries
indican,
that
¿verdad?
they want
Querer
to
llegar. Pero sí, básicamente serían estos
have as
tres
a
países. Me gusta
destination.
y esa
So
información
we have the
se
three
puede compartir
countries and the three
fácil y
routes,
así
and
podemos
all
ver
this
no
information
solo
can be
las
shared, and
nacionalidades,
so we can not only see the
los perfiles,
nationalities, but
los
also the
personas que son
profiles that
mujeres, familias,
was mentioned
niños.
before, you know, if they're children, teenagers, or...
Perfeito, muitas
Thank you.
gracias.
Thank you very much.
Agradecemos mais uma vez a senhora mestra
So we
Cecília
thank
Ganosa
Master
Reyes
Cecilia
pela sua
Ganosa
valiosa
Reyes for her
participação.
valuable
Cumprimento
participation.
novamente, estendendo os parabéns aos
And
integrantes do OIM pelo trabalho
once
realizado
again,
junto à questão
my
migratória.
thanks and to the IOM for
Dando
the
continuidade
migration
ao programa do
issues.
seminário, apresentamos a terceira exposição,
Continuing
feita
with the
pelo
seminar, we're
Dr.
going to have the
Héctor
third
Rodolfo
conference
Flores,
by
palestrante do
Dr.
Colégio Interamericano
Héctor
de
Rodolfo
Defesa.
Flores from the Inter-American
Dr.
Defense
Flores é coronel
College.
de infantaria
Dr.
reformado
Flores is
do
the
Exército Argentino
infantry
e
doctor
participou das
from the
operações
Argentinian
militares nas
army
Ilhas
and
Malvinas
participated
em
in the military
1982.
operations in the
Ele possui
Falklands
doutorado em
Islands
ciência política
and has a
e
doctor,
mestrado em políticas
a
públicas e
PhD
estratégia.
in public policies
Atualmente,
and the
é
strategy
professor de
and
estudos
defense. And
estratégicos
right now
no
he is a
Colégio
professor
Interamericano de
of the
Defesa.
strategic studies at the
Ele ocupou
Inter-American
cargos
Defense College.
importantes nas
He
áreas de
has had
planejamento e inteligência
several
estratégica
very
e
important
foi
positions in
delegado ao Comitê
strategic
Interamericano
intelligence and
contra o
has been a
Terrorismo
delegate
da
to
OEA.
the Inter-American
Ele
Committee
também possui uma carreira acadêmica de
against terrorism,
pesquisa de
has an
destaque,
academic
com
career in
trabalhos
research,
publicados na Argentina,
very
no
prominent, with
Equador,
works
na
published in
Espanha,
Argentina,
no Peru
Ecuador,
e no
Spain,
Uruguai.
Peru, and
Dr.
Uruguay.
Flores apresentará o artigo
Dr.
intitulado
Flores will
Migrações no Hemisfério
talk
e a
about
opção
migration in the
A3C.
hemisphere and the option
Senhor apresentador,
A3C.
a palavra é sua.
Mr. Presentator, you have the floor. Good morning to the IADB for the opportunity to interact with all the stakeholders of the region that are at the other side of the cameras. Fundamentally, I am going to follow the next topic that you can see on the screen, a brief introduction, and after this, the development where I'm going to try to respond to three questions. What do we talk about when we talk about these migration flows? From where are we talking about migration flows, and how are we regionally and fundamentally give a response related to this new proposal, which is the A3 for the region? In this brief introduction, I want to show that the migration topic is not a topic that is outside the problem, not only of the states, but the social networks and societies in general. And as a result of what we have spoken about globally, in Ceuta, the issues related to migrations, illegal migrations to a third state by the residents of another country. We see here the Washington Post, El País from Spain, ABC from Spain, and you can see that in some way they are marking this. In ABC, it says that this is a national security problem. And we can also see in these three publications that this problem of migrations has also been talked about by the President of the United States, who talked about the similar consequences that could affect the United States. But also, the slides on the right, you can see the president that was recently elected in Chile, where he went to Arica to supervise what he talks about the irregular migration border point, because we have some issues that I think that are going to be very vivid, and we are going to show the different problems that have been talked about and their solution as well. What are we talking about when we talk about the problem of migrations? And what I say is three things, different things. First, migrants. Migrants can be individuals or a flow, and we talk about migration flows. And in the individual migrants, we have heard in the previous presentations that these individuals, as the flows, if they adjust to the law, there is no problem. If they adjust themselves to the laws of the state that they want to migrate to. But the problem of these individuals or migrants is when they do not adjust themselves to the law. That is when they're illegal, what President Katz was talking about in that report. Then the facilitators, these are NGOs, legal or illegal, that can contribute to a better migration within the legal frameworks of the exit and entry into the different countries. But when these facilitators do not adjust to the law and lead to forced criminality, something that the United Nations has dealt with and we have heard mentioned before since 2024. But the illegal facilitators can or not relate to themselves with individual migrants that eventually could try to migrate legally. But let's keep in mind that if these migrants, these individual migrants that want to do it legally, adjust to or adhere to an illegal association by a facilitator that is going to exploit them, the states reserve some rights beyond documentary issues or ideological issues. And since this has been one of the topics that have been talked about by the previous presentators, I'm going to talk about the resolution 5550, like the Palermo condition that says in its 6th article, each party will adopt the legislative measures necessary to typify as a crime when it is committed intentionally and with the purpose of receiving economic benefit directly or indirectly. And that nothing in this protocol, and this is clear, should be clear in face of comments that could arise, nothing of what has been said in this protocol will impede that a party state adopt measures against any person. We're talking about individual migrants, against any person whose conduct constitutes a crime with arrangement to its internal rights. And even more, the protocol states each party state will consider the possibility of adopting measures that will allow, according to their internal law, to denegate the entry or revoke visas to people that commit crimes typified in this protocol. And finally, it's a long protocol. Article 18.1 says, each party state agrees to facilitate and accept without any lateness the repatriation of any person that has been the object of the previously announced conduct. So when we talk about migrants, facilitators, and or supra-state organizations, we say that an individual, migrant, or flow, a facilitator, legal or illegal, wants to commit a crime in prejudice of the states, and the states reserve the right not only to generate their immediate repatriation, but deny the visa, etc., as I have read before. And that this protocol is signed, the Palermo Protocol is signed. And the OAS that is sponsoring this event has signaled in 23 that this document, and you can consult it if you want, in the governance and regional migration in the Americas, that there are different categories of migration. But I'm only mentioning the ones that are important for today's topic, and labor migrations, lifestyle, etc. These are migrations that we could adjust to the law when it respects the norms. But the OAS has defined that an irregular migration and the illegal trafficking of migrants that enter in this protocol are those migrants or individuals or flows or illegal facilitators that contribute to this illegal trafficking of persons. And this is what concerns us. We're not worried about the migrant that complies with the law. We're worried about the migrants that do not comply with the laws, and the state has the obligation to do something to protect its nationals. And the UN in 2012, in this document, framework for the application of the protocol against the trafficking of migrants, it defines what it is to have illegal migrants, and it is related to the facilitation of illegal entry or illegal residence of a person where this party state of which this person is not a member or a national seeks to benefit itself. So these are the super-state organizations. And then the UN and the OAS have undertaken this problem and have defined for their party states as responsible to carry out the legal frameworks that correspond. And finally, we should ask ourselves, in this position, where are we talking from and how? As you see, I'm talking from the state, not from the super-state organizations. And the state is understood, just to give you an academic definition, the state is that human communion that you can read there. But the essence of the state is the concept of territory, which means that when we talk about legality or illegality, and we talk about that place where you commit an illegal action, the problem is the territoriality where it is committed. Because we could also say the state as a legally organized or territory, but it talks about something important academically. Aristotle said this many years ago. He said that it is the essence, and the essence can be related both to the jurisdicity of the action and the territoriality. And bringing this problem to the 21st century, can we sense in a world order dealt with migrations and talked about the illegality of migrants individually or collectively. The spaces without governance. The Kissinger said this. spaces, governed states, spaces, or the countries that do not deserve that name because they don't have the monopoly of force is the problem. The problem is, on the one hand, those that commit crimes, and on the other hand, the problem that can be generated by a state that because it is not governed or disgoverned and does not exercise the power entrusted in them, can find this government, and in extreme cases, a concept of the 20th century and the 21st century of a failed state. Going more in depth with this idea of Kissinger about. So what are we dealing with? Some of the presentators before talked about migrants already. I bring a data of the United Nations of April this year. In the document, the migration in Latin America becomes more complex and unforeseeable. That's the name of the article and the link. And I just cut a piece of this extensive document. Talks about 78 million international migrants, of which in 2024, that is the last data that was corroborated, 14.5 million internal displaced persons were registered, mainly due to natural disasters, while the displacements due to conflicts and violence were only 1.5 million. Defining also that migration, intra-regional migration, is something that defines, and 6.9 million Venezuelans are now displaced in Colombia, Peru, Brazil, Chile, and Ecuador, mainly speaking. And I reiterate what I said before. If those migrants comply to the legal systems of the receiving countries, and we have to understand that Colombia, Peru, Brazil, Chile, and Ecuador, and other American states, each one has its own legal frameworks with which all the migrants to be typified without being in a criminal framework have to comply with the law of the country where they are. Chile reiterated this data with President Kut, and they have a problem with migrants that do not comply with certain standards and needs to build this shield with its border with Peru. And we have to keep in mind, going back to the fact that we have transnational organizations where the states are seated and debate on this problem, that the OAS within the concept of security has that started in 2021 and in 2022 in Mexico finished defining the concept of multinational safety and also transnational criminality since 2016. This department is in charge, among many other responsibilities, about the criminal transnational crime and the illegal treatment of migrants. The migrant that is within the standard is a migrant that should not call our attention, but just the migrant that does not adhere, the one that becomes part of a criminal society that captures them and makes them or transforms them into a criminal in the receiving country. And as a conclusion for these last minutes that I think is the most important and the most interesting probably, we find that the region has a proposal of a resolution, administrative resolution, which is the coalition of the Americas against the cartels called or known as A3C, whose initiative led by the United States combines four pieces that we can announce. One is the conference, the Ministry Conference of Defense and Security in Doral in March 4-5, the joint declaration subscribed by the states in the city of Washington with the presence of the President of the United States, the presidential proclamation by the United States on March 7, 2026, and in August 11 and 12, in the meeting that was held in Panama with the participation in the territory of the signatory states. This coalition met and incorporated a greater conceptual clarity. Why do I say major clarity? Because it is an initiative that is a political coordination mechanism and for cooperation in security. In security related to that affects significantly the security of the states, especially when the participants are the armed forces of the country. We see the case of CENTA, to come back to the introduction, how Spain mobilized its armed forces to face this problem. And that is why this initiative of cooperation in reality can be typified as its name says, as a coalition, a political coalition. It is interesting from the academic perspective that I am part of, because the concept of a coalition in the relations of the states in the security model was introduced at the beginning of the 80s by Sabatieri, and then more in depth by the thought of Henkins, where it says that a coalition is a mechanism that seeks to strengthen regional coordination in face of common threats and influence in the decision-making regarding security. These would be the academic concepts, which is a coalition that today could be a potential response, where today we have 19 signatory states, at the beginning 17, and then Chile and Colombia incorporated, so now they are 19. And the interesting thing here is that to think in the future, and there could be an institutional evolution in the coalition that could go from a flexible mechanism for operational cooperation, but also a model of greater institutionalization, more formal within the hemispheric architecture. In this case, and within a greater institutionalization, we have to ask ourselves then how this can be translated in a demand of different types: logistical, control of ports, transportation, trade, foreign trade structure, because necessary detail to advance from a model where one technical perspective, institutional perspective, requires a criteria of adherence and operational scopes, and define supervision mechanisms and a permanent institutional architecture. It's its governance and source of financing. The procedure to resolve controversies internally are some of the questions that we could ask ourselves with regards to these states that you see here. These are the signatories up to today with regards to this proposal A3C that has had a regional participation by the states. These regional initiatives, in reality, we can say finally that they normally have strengthening and a temporary projection when they have a clear coordination mechanism, supervision, and very importantly, the respect to the law of each one of the states, to adjust these laws to their internal legal frameworks. So this proposal is a geopolitical and more ample one for the solution of a conflict that evidently is growing in the region. And maybe as a success factor, some of this came out in another academic event. Maybe I sustain that what the states should be thinking about is the degree of commitment that they want to have with this response and to be part of this coalition. What is the level of cooperation that should also be adhered to the legal frameworks of each one of the states, taking into account that the legal framework for the participation of the armed forces in a territory differ from one state to the other in our Americas? We should also ask ourselves what is the level of multi-sectorial or multi-agency cooperation. And finally, like in all these coalitions, there is a key word, which is trust. The trust of the member states and their actors or stakeholders, especially when the model that we're talking about, that is migrations, is not from a state, but the response, especially when it is trans-border, it requires that the information transmitted or the requirements be on both sides of the border. And as I said, in Panama, the last, on the 13th and 14th of August, in the meeting that we had after the events, the Secretary of War of the United States said, and I cite, that what this model wants is to convert the political cooperation in joint actions. I repeat the word because it has been highlighted, joint actions against the drug trafficking and organized transnational crime, reduce irregular migration, and this is even broader. And then the word reduce irregular migration, as we said from the very first slide. It is not the regular migration, the legal migration is not the problem. The problem are those that are outside the law. And how can we limit the geopolitical influence of the external stakeholders in the hemisphere? This was mentioned by the Secretary of War as the purpose of this response. Well, trying to be a little bit disruptive with some of the things that we mentioned, I am open to the questions that you might ask. It has been a pleasure to share this moment with you. Thank you, my friend Dr. Flores, for the presentation that allows us to analyze the complexity of the migration flows in the hemisphere and their connection with illegal trafficking of migrants and organized transnational crime. As we know the scope of the cartels and we know how they are growing, a proposal of a regional cooperation to face this problem. We have a question. We have time for one question, and I'm going to ask. It was asked by Marina Creveras Cruz from the INC. What do you think about the migration flows related to the environmental causes and the climatic refugees? That is one of the features, the new features of the end of the 20th century and beginning of the 21st century. The interesting thing here we're going to go back to Aristotle. In essence, if the refugees, the migrants, adhere to the law, the states have a series of standards and international platforms to receive them, integrate them, etc. And you will probably see in the presentation of my friend of Brazil and his experience with the Venezuelan migrants, how they have located these migrants in their territory, always talking about legal migrants. But when these real questions generate migrants that do not adhere to the law, then the state Aristotle said it, the essence, the state, the nation that is legally organized, a simple definition and maybe not complete that says what the state is. It is something juridical. And if the migrants do not adhere to the jurisdiction, then we are in a problem. The state is in a problem. The state has to make an effort, permanent effort, so that their actions be juridic. If the actions of the state do not respect the juridicity, Aristotle would say we're talking something different to a state in the 21st century. And if the state doesn't have the capacity to carry out the power, as McGregor said, we have to maybe have another definition, and the territories where they exercise the illegal force. So if the states cannot do this, then we call it a failed state. That Kissinger said in the world order that it is some other thing, but it is not a state. In synthesis, there is that problem. The migrants are the first ones that should know that they have to adhere to the law, and the states are the necessary participants that have to adjust to the law, and that those that do not adhere to the law apply the legal power that they have and that have to exercise. And since this is a transnational problem, it requires transnational responses. And one of these new responses are this problem or this coalition of A3C with 19 states of the region that voluntarily have incorporated into this coalition model to give a solution to migrants.
Muchas gracias, Dr. Flores. Perfeito. Informo que, em virtude do termo do tempo reservado para a apresentação, as perguntas não
by virtue of time reserved for the presentation, the questions not answers are going to be sent to the presenter for their posterior answer. Thank you, Mr. Flores, for your intervention. We're going to continue now.
From the University of Nebrija, Dr. Gangi has a doctorate in law, master in military logistics, and a bachelor in military sciences. Currently, he is a professor in the Faculty of International Law of the University of Antonio de Nebrija. He's also the director of the Human Rights Master and Operational Master. Also, he cooperates academically with different defense institutions and a center of investigation in Europe and Latin America. And he's also an actor on the operational rights, international humanitarian law, and human rights. Dr. Gillen will present the topic migrations and operational rights, hemisphere cooperation, and state response to migratory flows. Presenter, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Colonel. I will begin to share. Here we are. So before we begin the presentation, and since this is an academic activity, I think that the first thing that I have to do is to give thanks first to Dr. Jose Maria Ortiz. He is part of the University of Nebrija and the support personnel of the institution. And I also want to thank specifically the Inter-American Defense Board for being the organizer of the event. If we analyze it from a macro point of view, what we're looking at now, we see that the first two presentations were the general framework. Then we see the presentation from Flores, which is the presenter who went before me, when we start talking about the approach on security, because this is certainly the space where we have to talk about this. This is not just, we want to focus on, from two different points of view, we have to look at the same problem, right? So then the norms, the legal framework, which is very solid and robust that we can be based on. And then there's approaches on security of the state. We're talking about internal security of operations, of governance. We're talking about regional initiatives. When we're talking about tools, legal tools for the different norms, the scenario is classic. It is operational rights, because we need to articulate the different tools. We have to be based on the different tools for the frameworks that are applied in this scenario to see how to make a balance, and also the security of the hemisphere. What are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about aspects related to why people migrate, which was already mentioned in the first presentations. What are the responses of the state? And these are aspects that I'm not going to go into detail, because these are legal frameworks or the explanations that are the basis for this seminar. So this is the agenda that I'm sharing right now. I'm going to analyze the recent case of massive migration in Ceuta from 2 weeks ago. There's a historical aspect, of course, and we're going to talk about that. As we already know, there are academic sources. There is legal frameworks. There are legal frameworks that regulate what the state should and can do, the means and resources available. Therefore, the actions that will be taken have a very wide framework, which validates the response from the states. There are resolutions from the General Assembly of the OAS, and there's articles, publications, investigations, academic research, which cover everything that we're talking about. So we don't have to talk just about what's going on, but there's research going on about what's happening. There's solutions, there's mechanisms that need to be driven in order to guarantee the sovereignty exercise from the state in a collaborative manner. These are not isolated actions, but precisely due to this mandate from the OAS and the members of the organization, there's a framework that will allow us to take decisions and find solutions to this common problem. The three approaches that we find, as the migrant, as the second presenter said, then the survival, as the second presenter said, the crime migration, then we're talking about legal topics, and the security at the borders. So these problems are being increased when there is a hardening, progressive hardening in the borders, not just from the destination state, but the transit states. So then we can find scenarios where a migrant needs or wants or requires to be identified to have a fixed residency, and which needs to be regulated. But the problem is that there are people who don't wish to do that. So then there's a legal approach and there's a real approach. With the legal approach is, what are we finding? What the main characteristic right now? We all need to cooperate in order to solve the situation. We have to begin with 5 elements that need to be we need to have a common response to all these. First, we need to identify good practices. If there are norms that are being complied with and a migrant is adhered to these laws, then perfect, and then he is aligned with what the state is doing. The state also has sovereignty and it has control over the migrant. But whoever doesn't want to adapt, then it's like the example that is being used in the classes. It's like the norms to get into my house, for example. The norms so that you can come into my house are very simple. You need to remove your shoes before you come in. Then you can join to the living room. You can come in. It is prohibited to go into the children's room, and you have to wait to be so that we can take care of you. if you don't adhere to these rules, then you cannot go into my house because those are my rules. If a migrant accepts these rules, of course, they can remain in my house. We're talking about the acceptance of the norms, but what happens with the migrant that is not regulated? The migrant that does accept my rules and the state promotes this regulation, this is a migrant that will be immersed in the good practices of the common citizens. He's going to work, he's going to provide to the social security, he's going to provide to the citizenship. This is a citizen that doesn't provide any problems. But however, if there's a migrant that doesn't want to be regulated or he hasn't been able to do so, then we have a problem as a state. There's this, at the beginning, maybe there's a person who wants to do it, but he hasn't been able to. But this person is already inside the state. So then we would have to search for the mechanisms to identify him, to know where he is. In the case of Spain, there's this figure called the registry, which is a legal figure where people express and the site where they are residing. So this is a census. So I go to the community and I report, I live with my wife, with my children, and these are the people that I live with in this place, in this residency, in this floor, and then with this door number. So all of the actions, all of the migratory procedures are based on this census. If the state cannot identify where I am, what am I doing, and who am I with, then the state will not allow me to regulate my status. However, they know that the migrator is inside the state, so the state needs to look for a way to regulate his status because the migrant is already inside. So then we have three scenarios: the collapse among the state, the channels of communication, the channel in our American state continent, we have the restrictions, migratory restrictors, which influence others. In the case of the American continent, Chile and Argentina are the last countries, which are the last destinations of the cone. So the migrant who isn't taken care of in that route, in this caravan, which hasn't been able to regulate his status, they don't have a way, any other place to go. They're just gonna fall in here. And if they continue up to the north, they will, of course, find restrictions. But however, these legal problems that occur in the American continent have an impact in the European continent. And in the end, in the case of the Hispanic-speaking countries, the Spanish-speaking countries, there's this, it is easier for them because of language, right? But if there's a migrant within the Spanish state, there are different possibilities of benefits of transportation within the European community. This is not an isolated problem. It's a problem that he begins in one place and they can move on to another one. Even in Europe, we have these problems of regulation of the migratory status. Going into the Spanish problem, we're going to talk about international cooperation. So we're going to talk about what happened 2 weeks ago, but before I want to show you what happened more than 5 years ago. So in the image to the left, I'm trying to move the mouse. So in the image to the right, you can see that Ceuta, which is in the lower left corner, and Almeria, which is in the center, they are both territory of Spain, Melilla, sorry. So if it is a historical problem or not, we're not going to go into that, but what is going on in this territory? So to the right, you can see the migratory channels from Cameroon, Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, up towards Spain, so that we can have an idea. This migratory process can have a cost for an individual, which is moved through by these organizations that they need to pay between 6,000 and 8,000 euros to be transported all the way up to Spain from Nigeria or Cameroon. So they have been identified. There's organizations that promote this type of activities. So we're talking about the year 2021, this president of the Arab Republic of Sahrawi, is Brahim Ghali. Brahim Ghali, and this Arab Republic is not recognized by the UN. The UN recognizes that it's not an autonomous territory, but they have the right to self-determine. It is a process of decolonization, Spanish decolonization. This territory used to belong to Spain, but right now it's undergoing this process. And right now he has been imputed by genocide by different countries. So what happened? There's Brahim is sick with COVID and he leaves Nigeria and he comes into a Spanish hospital with a different identity as Mohamed Batoch. So this happened when the diplomatic relations were affected and there was no international cooperation between these states. So then when he came in with a different name, the ambassador of Morocco in Spain requested his deportation in the legal jargon or the legal tools that Spain used. We're not going to talk about that, but what happened what came out in the media is that the deportation figure was not applicable. So these are just nuances, diplomatic nuances that we're not going to go into these. But then she said that if he wasn't deported to Morocco, there would be consequences. So this was a big moment of diplomatic tension. There were no relations between Morocco and Spain. This what happened on the 16th, and on the 17th, the borders were opened, and this was the scenario that was found. These are 9,000 Moroccan people and other people from other nationalities, and 1,500 minors that were not accompanied, and they crossed the border, which I showed. So when they crossed over to Spain, so when they were in the Spanish territory, under the umbrella of the European Union, these are the images that affected Spain because the military forces, they acted with the means and resources that they had available. So the article number 51 of the UN points out that there's legitimate defense when we're talking about human rights when there's migration, but you can see that this can be considered an invasion to the Spanish territory. However, other images that were shown were these. So the damage that the media did was very interesting. However, it was highlighted that the state does have the right to defend itself, but this defense is being conditioned by the proportionality and the needs. So we're talking about the main principles of humanitarian law. So can the state, with these means and resources that it has available, defend itself legitimately when facing a massive entrance of people through their border? And the other question is, when this entrance is not an armed attack in a strict sense of the Article 51 of the Letter of the United Nations? So if we reflect a bit, we can find a simile or a comparison in the current border. It doesn't matter. The European borders historically are a bit more mature because they are under the umbrella of the European Union. So 5 years ago, the massive entrance was of 9,000. And then last week, we had 80,000 migrants coming in 48 hours. We're not talking about an increase of 100%. We're not talking about 200%. We're talking about 1,000% of an increase of what happened back then, of that invasion of the Moroccans. And then the diplomatic context is completely different. The diplomatic relations, the international cooperation that exists right now between Morocco and Spain has changed. In the background, the norms, it is highlighted that the invasion, the strongest invasion that we've had is the one that I highlighted for 2021, but it cannot be compared to what happened 2 weeks ago. There were a series of information coming out and they were saying that Morocco is promoting that massive migration comes into Spain, that there's diplomatic incidences, that Spain is using this to saturate the costs of functioning of the temporary shelters. There's information coming out that just destabilizes the state. But what happened in 2020, there's this, we need to be academic and objective. There's this court ruling that says that only the people that the people, the migrants who come in due to an irregular way, they need to return immediately. So this is being validated, this practice of rejection in the border. So 2 days ago, before this massive migration, there was a ruling by a court which highlights that this voluntarily return process has to occur through these procedures established, not an immediate return at the border. So there's a difference. There's an important reading here, which I've separated. So first, there's a rejection at the border, which applies with the contention means that there are at the borders. So if they are looking at an element, and if they overcome this element that is obstructing their entrance, this doesn't apply to the people that come in by swimming, because then there needs to be protection. But however, here to have a general idea, in Spain, the rate of acceptance of international protection is not that this acceptance rate for this figure is not of 5%. It doesn't even reach 5%. So the rate of rejection for these requests of protection is of 95%, because there are other mechanisms. Then you have the residence permits, the work permits, international protection contemplates the state. He will find a way to take care of these people. And they have different situations of vulnerability, and therefore the state can protect him. But in Spain, there's other figures. There's different publications in Spanish migration. Of course, this is not a country to ask for international protection, but to ask for residence permits. Then a contention element is not the same if you arrive by swimming or by walking. The person who arrives by swimming, they have not evaded a contention element. So therefore, there will be a possibility to request for international protection. And then also, in accordance with this ruling, this is forbidden right here, because then they are jumping a protection, the contention system that is protecting the borders within the continent. This is forbidden, but the law points out that this is not forbidden. So in the norms, in the Spanish norms, which is objective, what is not forbidden legally, then it is allowed. So this is authorized as well. So this means that as long as there are no mechanisms of contention that has been overcome by the migrant, he cannot be returned. However, if he comes in through areas where there's no mechanisms of contention, then he can be taken care of and he can request the international protection. So the response was to establish these buoys, which are the maritime mechanisms of containment, to look for a way to establish a mechanisms of return. So what would happen? What worked here? So the coordination among the states is what worked. So it was coordinated through the social media. When this was communicated through social media, then it was the return of a significant part. I cannot ensure that the 72,000 migrants have been returned. However, it shows that cooperation allowed to have a return of the majority. So it was pointed out in an interview that it was required that Spain would return this population to Morocco. So there was cooperation, but without this cooperation, without cooperation, then we would have what we have right now. So what are the advantages that the members of the of the OAS have, there's a legal framework that can validate, that can back up all of the actions that may be taken. And then, in order to conclude, there's three phrases. The first one is that it is a challenge. The forced mobility is a shared challenge, and the response has to be shared as well. The second one is that international cooperation protects in legal terms and in social terms, protects the states, and to cooperate doesn't weaken the sovereignty, but it makes it efficient. So at this point, I just want to thank you for the opportunity of being with you, and I am available for any questions. Thank you, Dr. Guillen, for your presentation, which allowed us to examine the flow, the migratory flows, and that there's coordinated responses among the states. And it also allowed us to address the sharing of information and the mechanisms of cooperation the respect to sovereignty and the international agreements. You brought some very current issues, which are very interesting for our audiences. We have time for one question. I'm going to do it in Spanish. So the question was asked by Enrique Barrios from Peru. So in this case of Ceuta, which was presented in your presentation, what lessons can be extracted on the importance of having mechanisms of coordination among the institutions and the states that are involved? Good question. There's two big advantages that exist when there's cooperation. In the case of Spain, Spain is in a continent which is different to where Morocco is. So they have these borders in Ceuta, in Merilla. So we are in different continents. If we would look at this in an objective manner, what occurs in one continent should not affect the other one, but the cooperation that exists among both countries, even though they are in different continents, has been key to take care of this process of return of the people, because there's a legal framework that allows for this return. Then there's other cases, which are the minors that are not accompanied, and we are analyzing this. But the global legal framework, they talk that the minor's interest is what is most important, and his interest is to be with his relatives, right? Then the second advantage that the members of the OAS have is that they are in the same country, you have legal frameworks, and there is international cooperation. So you have the basis to be able to cooperate. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. We thank you again, Dr. Giuseppe Kojak, for your participation, exceptional participation. Then continuing with the seminar, in order to strengthen the capacity of response of the states, we will move on to the fifth presentation by Dr. Luis Alberto Ponce Arnias from Co-Partners, Peru. He is a lawyer formed in the University of the Pacific, and he has a master in public policies by the university. And he also has a career in the public sector in Peru. He has been an advisor to the Republic and from different ministries.
Também chefiou a área de assuntos interparlamentares do Congresso, a Secretaria Nacional do Parlamento Andino do Peru. Ele é especialista em gestão de crises e políticas públicas, professor de pós-graduação e coautor da obra A Crise Migratória no Peru, Implicações para a Segurança Nacional, apresentada na Escola de Guerra do Exército Peruano em 2023. O doutor também atualmente
The doctor is currently also a director of public policies in Co-Partners, and he's also a senior consultant of Strata Council. He will be presenting the topic State Resilience and International Cooperation in Peru when facing the migratory crisis. Presenter, you may have the floor.
Muy buenos días con todos.
Good morning to all of you.
Es para mí un privilegio estar
It
con
is a
ustedes el día de
privilege
hoy.
to be with you
Y
today.
vamos a tratar sobre
And
un
we're going
tema
to deal with a
que es de
topic
importancia
that
para la
is
región.
of great importance for
¿Por
the
qué?
region. Why?
Porque estamos
Because
ante un
we are in
fenómeno
face
que para la
of a
gran mayoría
phenomena
de los
that for the
países es
great
algo muy
majority of the
novedoso,
countries is something
que es
very new.
una migración
That is
masiva
mass
que llega hacia
migration
los
that
países de la
reaches
región,
the countries of the
que fue
region,
catalizada por la crisis
that was
política en
catalyzed
Venezuela,
by
pero que
the
también tiene
crisis
sustento
in
en las
Venezuela, but is
distintas
sustained in the different
confluencias económicas y sociales que
economic and
tenemos en
social
nuestros países.
conferences that
Entonces, frente a un
are occurring in
fenómeno
our
que la
country. So
gran
in face
mayoría de
of a
nuestros países
phenomena
no
that
estaba
the
preparada,
majority of
no
our
tenía
countries was not
conocimiento,
prepared for and
es
did not know
necesario
about, it is
reforzar la
necessary to
resiliencia del Estado
strengthen
a
the
fin de poder
resilience of the state
adaptarse
in order
a las
to
nuevas
adapt
situaciones
to the
y
new
poder
situations and
continuar
be able to continue
brindando
providing
sus funciones principales,
its
que es
main
control del territorio
duties, which
y
is
la
the
provisión
control
de
of the
seguridad
territory and the
y
provision
de
of
servicios
security
sociales hacia
and
su
social
población.
services for its
Que
population.
en un contexto de inmigración
That in
masiva
a
ya no
context
solo
of
incluye
mass
a la
migration not only
población
includes
que
the
es ciudadana del
population
territorio, sino
that
también
is a
hay que
citizen that are
incorporar a las
citizens of
nuevas
the country,
poblaciones
but
que
the
llegan
new
a través
populations
de
that arrive through
migración.
migration.
¿Y por qué es un
And
tema
why
que tenemos que
is it
verlo
a
desde un
topic that we have
punto
to
de vista
see
de seguridad?
from a security point of view?
Porque
Because
la seguridad contemporánea no se
contemporary
limita
security does not limit itself
a la defensa
to
militar o a la
just the
seguridad ciudadana
military
como
defense or
podía
citizen
haberse
security
visto
as could
antiguamente,
have
sino
seen
que ahora se
before. But
abarca
now we
en un enfoque
encompass it
multidimensional que
in a
incluye seguridad
multidimensional
fronteriza,
focus
ciudadana,
that
económica,
has to do
sanitaria,
with
educativa, digital, incluso seguridad humana.
border
Como lo vimos
security,
durante la
citizen
gestión del
security,
COVID-19, las
and
Fuerzas
also
Armadas
for
y
cases
las
like
Fuerzas de
COVID,
Seguridad
and the
Interior
armed
asumieron
forces
un rol
and
importante
assumed a
en
very
la
important
respuesta del
role
Estado
in the
frente a una
response of the
crisis que
state in
fue
face of a
totalmente
crisis that was
imprevista, en
totally
este caso, la
unforeseen. In this case,
crisis del COVID-19.
COVID-19.
Entonces,
So
es importante
it is
también tener el
important
enfoque de seguridad,
to
pero
focus on
hay que hilar de
security,
una
but
manera muy fina porque
we have
tenemos que
to
evitar
see
caer
and to
en,
avoid falling into
en una visión que pueden en
a
algunos
vision
sectores de que
that
iguala
for some
migración
actors equals
y
migration
delito.
with
Esto
crime.
no
And
es un punto
this
de vista
is
correcto.
not a correct point of
Tenemos
view.
que sí,
We have, well,
el
yes,
delito puede
the crime.
aprovechar
The
situaciones de la
crime can
migración
take
para
advantage of
fortalecer sus actividades,
situations of
pero
migration to
más
strengthen its activities,
que
but more
responsabilizar
than
en la movilidad humana en sí,
responsibilizing
es
the
más
human
una
in
situación en que
for
el
itself,
delito
it is a
aprovecha las
case in which
condiciones que
the crime
permiten
takes advantage of the conditions that
las migraciones masivas,
that
sobre todo en las zonas de
allow
frontera, porque
mass
una
migrations,
característica que
especially at the
tenemos
borders, because one
muy
characteristic that
común en
is
nuestra región,
very
a
common
diferencia,
in a
digamos, de
region
Europa, es la alta porosidad en
different
las
to
fronteras.
Europe is the
Nosotros
high
no podemos hablar
porosity
que
of
hay
our
fronteras
borders.
duras en nuestro país
We don't
debido a
have
la naturaleza de cómo se crearon nuestros países,
hard
que
borders in our
al
countries
separarse del Imperio
because
Español,
when they
las zonas
separate
de
our
frontera
nations
no se
separated
veían
from
como
the
zonas rivales, sino se
Spanish Empire,
complementaban. Había,
the
todavía sigue habiendo
borders
un alto
were
comercio interfronterizo
invisible because
y
there
una
was
alta movilidad
always
entre
a great
poblaciones de
trade
frontera
and
que
mobility
se
from one
mueven de
border
un
to
lado de
the
la
other,
frontera al otro según necesidades
and
económicas
according
o de
to the
provisión de servicios,
economic
pero
needs
siempre
or to provide
manteniéndose al final
services,
dentro de
but
su país.
also maintaining themselves within their
Ahora,
countries.
cuando hablamos de por qué nuestros
But
países
when
no
we
están
talk about
adaptados
why our
a
countries are
esta
not
situación,
adapted to this
históricamente,
situation,
América
historically,
Latina,
Latin
con algunas
America,
excepciones,
with
ha sido
some
un
exceptions,
receptor de
has been a
migraciones. Y sin embargo,
recipient
en
of
la década
migrations.
pasada
But
hemos
in the
tenido
last decade,
lo que se podría
we have
denominar un
seen
tsunami
what can
humano.
be
Más de
denominated a
7
human
millones de
tsunami.
ciudadanos
More than
venezolanos
7
dejaron
million
su país
Venezuelan
y
citizens
buscaron
left
nuevas
their country
oportunidades en
looking
países
for
de la
new
región.
opportunities in other
Y
countries
esta
of the
llegada
region. And this
fue
arrival
súbita y
was
masiva
just,
y
well,
desbordó
massive
la
and
capacidad de
sudden
reacción de los
and
estados. Pero esto,
overwhelmed the
digamos, no es
capacity
que
of the states. But
se pueda ver de manera injustificada. Como
this,
podemos ver en este gráfico,
as you can see in this graph,
tenemos
we have
en que el volumen de la población
the
migrante
volume of the migrant
del año
population
2018 al año
in
2024
2018
se
to
incrementó
2024 increased
por razones de 2, 3,
due
hasta
to,
7 veces. Por ejemplo, en este caso de Estados
well,
Unidos, en Brasil se incrementó 4
twice,
veces.
3, even 5
Pero esta
and
magnitud
7 times.
no es
And this magnitude
solo en los países, sino
is not only
también
in the countries, but also
forzó
forced
cambio de paradigma y
a
también un
change
cambio
of
de realidad
paradigm and
operativa.
a
¿Por qué?
change in the
Porque en la gran
operations.
mayoría
Why?
de nuestros
Because in the
países
great
teníamos
majority
un
of our
sistema
countries, we
migratorio
had
que
a
estaba
migration system that
adaptado
was
para
adapted
atender a poblaciones
to
muy pequeñas.
attend
Por
small
ejemplo, en el caso
populations.
de
For
Perú,
instance, in the case of
a
Peru,
nivel nacional solo
at the national
existen
level, there
27
are only
oficinas de
27
migraciones,
offices,
de las
migration
cuales para
offices, of
atención
which
a los
for the
extranjeros
attention
solo
to
hay
foreigners, there
24
is
porque
only
3 son
44
exclusivas
because
para la
3
emisión
are
de pasaportes,
exclusively for
que por la naturaleza
passport
jurídica del
issuance
documento es exclusivo para ciudadanos
for
peruanos.
the Peruvian
Este
citizens.
sistema
This
podría ser
system
funcional
could be
en un
functional
esquema
in
cuando
a
la
scheme
migración,
when
la población extranjera
migration
residente
of
en Perú
foreigners
no
resident in
pasaba de
Peru
unos 20.000
was
a
not
30.000
more than
personas.
20 to
Entonces, si era
30,000
sostenible,
people
estaban concentrados
and
en unas pocas zonas.
concentrated in the
A
main
partir del año
cities.
17
And
tenemos un
after
incremento masivo de la
2017, we have
población,
a
llegando
massive
hasta más
increase
de
of population to more
1.7
than
millones de
1.7
extranjeros
million
residentes en el Perú,
foreigners
en su gran
resident in
mayoría
Peru,
ciudadanos
the
venezolanos.
majority
Entonces,
from Venezuela.
la capacidad del
So
Estado
the
frente a
capacity of
cómo
the state
relacionarse
to
con la
relate
población
itself
extranjera
with the
le
foreign
desbordó.
population was
Y
overwhelmed.
no es algo
And it is
único de
not
Perú.
something unique of
Tenemos
Peru.
que revisar la
We
historia
have
para
to
ver
review this,
que
the
tenemos
history
dos países que
uh,
históricamente
of
han
two
tenido
countries that
un
historically
flujo
have had
migratorio
a
continuo,
migration
principalmente el
flow
caso de Argentina y de
continuous. In the
Brasil,
case of
en cuyo caso sus
Argentina and Brazil,
instituciones
whose
tratan a la
institutions
migración como
deal
un
with the
esquema
migration as a
normal.
normal
Si lo
scheme.
vemos en un periodo más
If
acotado
we
ya
see
a
it
este siglo, igual vemos que,
in this century, we see that
cómo afectó el incremento de este
the
flujo
increase
migratorio, incluso en los
affected
países que históricamente han recibido
migration, even in
alta
countries that
migración, pero sobre todo
historically
en países que
receive high
históricamente
migration,
no tenían flujo
and
migratorio.
also
Caso de
in
Perú,
those that
caso
did
de
not
Colombia,
have a
caso de Chile.
migration flow, in the case of
Y en el
Peru
caso
and
de Perú,
Chile.
acá lo
And in
podemos
the
ver
case of
tanto
Peru,
como
you can see this
en términos absolutos como
in
términos
absolute
relativos.
terms and
Vemos
relative terms,
cómo
and you see
hemos
how
tenido un aumento en la
we've had
proporción
an
de
increase in the
ciudadanos extranjeros.
proportion
Y si hacemos este
of
ejercicio
foreigners.
a nivel
And if we do
internacional,
this
en
exercise
la región
internationally,
vemos que
in the region, we
Brasil,
see that in Brazil,
Uruguay y Argentina
Uruguay,
sí tenían,
Argentina,
en términos
they,
absolutos,
in
mantenían
absolute
una
terms, they
proporción
kept
relativamente
a
alta que se
proportion
mantuvo más
relatively
o menos
high that
estable a lo largo del siglo
maintained
XX,
itself
pero
stable
en
throughout
términos
the 20th
proporcionales esto fue
century.
cayendo.
But
Pero
this
con la nueva ola
fell.
migratoria,
But with the new
esto hay un
migration
aumento en toda la región. Y
wave,
vemos también
this
que
increased in the whole
particular
region.
el
And
caso de Chile y
in
el
the
caso de
case of
Colombia, la
Chile and
proporción
Colombia, the
de
proportion
migrantes como
of
parte de la
migrants
población
as
total
part of the
aumentó
total
muy
population increased
significativamente.
significantly.
Pero
But
todo esto, ¿qué
all
significa?
this, what does it mean?
Tenemos
We
que
have
dar como estados, adaptar nuestras
to
instituciones
give as states
y dar
and
una
adapt
respuesta
our
a una crisis
institutions to
humanitaria
respond
que,
to a
si no se
humanitarian
trata de manera adecuada, puede
crisis that
desembocar
is
en un
not,
desafío de
that
seguridad
if not dealt
multidimensional,
with adequately
toda
can
vez
have a
que
multinational effect.
los factores que
And the
permiten la
factors that
movilidad
allow
humana,
human mobility,
personas que atraviesan varios
persons
países
that go
buscando un
through
nuevo
several
lugar
countries
en
looking
el cual
for
hacer sus
a
vidas,
new place
también
in which to
facilita que
live,
junto con este flujo
facilitates
de
that
personas,
together with this
organizaciones
flow,
criminales puedan
criminal
aprovechar para
organizations can
expandir
take
sus
advantage to expand
operaciones más
their
allá de su país de
operations
origen.
beyond their
Tenemos el
countries
caso
of origin.
emblemático del
We see the
Rendaragua, que
case
es una
of
organización criminal que se originó en
Rendaragua,
Venezuela
that is
y
a
ahora tiene
criminal
operaciones
organization
en
from
muchos de los
Venezuela
países de la
that
región, en
operates in
Colombia,
many
en Perú,
countries of the
Chile, hasta incluso en Estados
region,
Unidos, y
Colombia,
que se ha
Chile, and even
aprovechado
in the
de
United
las
States, and
redes
has taken
migratorias para poder
advantage of the
potenciar sus
migration
actividades.
networks to
O como también tenemos
potentiate
en el caso de
their
Brasil, el primo comando
nets.
capital, que también
And
está expandiendo
we
su
see others that are expanding
accionar criminal a
their
otros países,
criminal actions to
aprovechando
other
los flujos
countries, always
migratorios como una
taking
manera de
advantage of
facilitar
migration flows
sus
as an
accionar. Pero también
instrument.
tenemos una situación,
And we also have a
como le mencioné, el
situation,
caso de RENIC, una
like
entidad que
the
estaba
case of RENIC,
acostumbrada a tratar con
entity
un
that was
máximo de
used to deal
20.000 a
with
30.000
maximum
ciudadanos extranjeros,
20,
de la noche a la
30,000
mañana tuvo
foreigners,
que adaptarse
overnight
para
had
lidiar
to
con más de
adapt to
1.5
deal
millones.
with
Ese es un cambio
1.5 million. This
administrativo
is an
que
administrative
hasta
change
cierto punto, como vamos
that
a ver
up
más
to a
adelante,
certain
ha logrado
point
tener una buena
has
respuesta, pero que costó
had a good response,
un
but that
amplio
cost
esfuerzo
a very
de
great
parte del
effort
Estado
from
peruano para
the
poder
state
cumplir con sus
to be able
obligaciones
to comply
internacionales
with its
y también con sus
international
obligaciones
obligations
que la propia
and the
Constitución peruana
obligations
establece.
that the Peruvian constitution establishes.
Pero no es
But
necesario,
it is not necessary,
mejor dicho, no debemos ver
or
solo
better said, we
el
should
tema
not see
migratorio
only
como un
the
aspecto que
migration
esté
topic as an
dentro
aspect that is just
el aspecto migratorio, como hemos visto, por ejemplo, el caso de
border
Ceuta,
issue, because in the case of Ceuta,
inicialmente se puede decir es un problema de control de
we can
fronteras,
say
pero las
that it is a problem
consecuencias
of
de la
border
porosidad de la
control,
frontera
but the
se traducen en
consequences of a
implicancias
porous
que se ven
border
más allá
uh,
de la frontera y se ven todo el
causes
territorio
impacts
nacional.
that go beyond
Tenemos
all this
eh,
international aspect,
esta
because we
situación
see
en
this
que
situation in
la
which
migración va a impactar
migration
necesariamente
is going
en
to
los empleos, los
impact
servicios públicos, educación, salud, vivienda,
employees,
transporte. En el caso de educación, la
employment and
Constitución peruana
public
garantiza el
services, and
acceso
the
a una educación gratuita a
Constitution
nivel
of
escolar. Y
Peru
esto incluye también a las poblaciones
guarantees
extranjeras y
free
eso generó una
schooling,
capacidad.
and this
El Estado tuvo que reaccionar para poder
created
acomodar
a
a
reaction
estos
to accommodate
nuevos
all these new
alumnos que tenían que
students
recibir
that
una
had to
educación
receive
conforme lo
education
mandaba la Constitución.
according to what the
¿No? Entonces
Constitution
tenemos que
says.
ver desde
So
el
we
punto de
have
vista de la
to
integración social,
see
porque
the
nuevamente
point of view of
tenemos
social
la misma
integration as
capacidad
well,
de
because
colegios, pero ahora tenemos más
we have
alumnos
now
y siempre hay
the same
competencias
number of schools,
entre
but
distintas
a lot
familias
more
que quieren
students
tener
and
hijos en
families
determinados
that want
colegios
to
y hay
have
una
their
pelea
children
por
in
los plazas.
certain
Entonces ahora si añadimos
schools,
un
and then there is
factor
a fight for the
una población extranjera
for a
importante, se
place
puede
for
generar conflictos sociales a nivel
in the school.
incluso de xenofobia que puede llevar a algunos
And
problemas.
this
Y
can
eso
lead
requiere que
to
el Estado tenga
xenophobia,
que
and
capacitar a su
then the
personal para
state
poder
has
lidiar
to
con estos problemas que
train its
anteriormente no
staff
tenía
to deal
que
with problems that they
lidiar.
didn't have to deal with before.
Entonces,
So
nosotros,
we,
¿qué tenemos que considerar?
what do we have to consider?
No sé si esto- El punto de vista que
The
tenemos
point of
a
view
nivel
that we
del
have
manejo de
at the level of handling
de la situación migratoria está
the
basada
migration
en muchos
situation is
casos
based on, in many
en
cases,
una
in a
reliquia del pasado, que es un
in the
control
past, in the
fronterizo, ¿no?
that is the
Que se
border
busca limitar
control
todo
that
en la
tries
zona de
to
frontera.
limit
Sin
everything at the
embargo,
border. Nevertheless,
este enfoque que está basado
this focus
principalmente
based
en la capacidad
mainly on the
unilateral del Estado de realizar
unilateral
esta política
capacity of
ha
the
quedado
state
desfasado. ¿Y qué
is
es lo que
now
necesitamos?
defaced,
Una
obsolete. And what do we need?
resiliencia
We need a
hemisférica. ¿Por qué?
hemispheric
Porque este fenómeno
resilience.
ya es
Why? Because this
multinacional.
phenomenon is now multinational.
Tenemos que flujos
We have
migratorios que atraviesan varios países,
migration
pero
flows that
también
go
tenemos
through
que
several
reconocer
countries, and we have
nuestras
to
fronteras, al
recognize
ser porosas,
that
al haber
since
un
our borders
alto
are
intercambio
porous and
comercial
have
y de
a
personas
high
en nuestra
level
zona de
of
frontera,
exchange
la única
of
manera de
persons
poder
and
llegar a un
goods,
control
the only
fronterizo
way to
efectivo
have an
es
effective
mediante
border
una
control is
cooperación
through
internacional entre
cooperation,
los distintos
international
estados, porque si
cooperation among
nosotros
the different
buscamos
states.
mantener
Because if we
una
want to maintain
un accionar unilateral,
a
el
unilateral
resultado
action,
no va a ser
the result is
el que
not going to
nosotros
be
deseamos.
the one we
Un ejemplo
want.
muy claro es
A very
las situaciones
clear
que se han
example is
visto en
the
la frontera entre Perú y
situation at
Chile
the
en
borders
los últimos
between Peru
años.
and Chile in the
Desde el año
last
2023,
years.
por lo
In
menos una vez al
2023,
año,
at least once a
tenemos
year,
situaciones en
we
las que
have
Chile
situations in
o
which
expulsa
Chile
forzosamente
expulses
a un determinado
a
número de migrantes
group
venezolanos
of
o
migrants of
migrantes
Venezuela
venezolanos que
or
buscan
Venezuelan migrants
salir
that
de
want to
Chile,
leave
sobre
Chile,
todo ahora que el nuevo gobierno
especially
está
now that the new
prometiendo
government
una
is promising
mayor aplicación de la
a
ley migratoria.
greater
Y el resultado que hemos
enforcement
tenido
of the
tanto en
migration
2023,
law.
2024,
And,
2025 y 2026 es
and
incidentes en que el
from
Perú al mismo
23
tiempo,
and
por una
26,
cuestión
uh,
de política interna,
Peru, due to internal
decide cerrar su
policy,
frontera y
decides to
tenemos
close its
una
borders,
situación
and now we
bien
have a very
lamentable de migrantes que
sad situation of
salieron de Chile,
migrants
pero
that
Chile
left
no los deja
Chile, but
regresar y
Chile
Perú
does
no los
not
deja
allow
ingresar.
them to come back, and
En todas
Peru
estas
doesn't
situaciones que se
allow
han
them
dado,
to enter.
la
So,
manera en
in
que
all
se
these
llegó a una
situations, the way
solución
in
de
which we
esa
reach the
situación
solution of this
es mediante la
situation
cooperación
is through
internacional,
international
no solo entre los
cooperation,
gobiernos de Perú y
not
Chile,
only
sino
among
también
the
participando
governments
en
of Peru and
instituciones
Chile, but
internacionales. La
also
comunidad
among
andina participó
international
también el gobierno de Colombia
institutions. And
para
in
poder
Colombia, for
facilitar
instance, to
una salida
facilitate
que
an
permitan
exit that will
que los dos
allow
países
the two
involucrados
countries
inicialmente
involved
mantengan
initially
su
to maintain
posición
their
de gestión pública, es decir,
their position of
manejar
public management. In other
el flujo
words,
migratorio y
to
evitar ser la
manage
fuente de
the
recepción de todos
flow
estos flujos de
and
manera unilateral y
be
más bien
able
a través de una cooperación
to
internacional se logró
through
canalizar para que los
international
migrantes pudieran llegar
cooperation
hasta la
channel
ciudad de
things so that
Cúcuta en
these
Colombia,
migrants
en la
can
cual ya
arrive
podían
to
cruzar de
Cucuta,
vuelta a su
Colombia,
país.
where they can cross
Entonces,
again back to their
tenemos que
countries.
tener un
So we
enfoque
have to
de
have
seguridad
a
multidimensional que tiene que considerar
multidimensional
todos estos
defense
aspectos.
security
Sobre todo, también tiene que es fundamental
idea,
el
and
diálogo
it
permanente
is
entre los
fundamental
estados,
to
una
have
cooperación
continuous dialogue among the countries, not only at the level, at the diplomatic level, but also through actions, share intelligence to see the criminal organizations that filter through the migration flows. We also see that these criminal networks exploit migration as well and submit these migrants to cases of violations of human rights and trafficking in persons. And so it's not only a national need to keep and controls, to have border control, but it's also the duty of the countries to free these people, these migrants from these international criminal networks. So then, the unilateral responses are things of the past. We have to have a network focus because the hypermobility now is a reality. 50 years ago, the migration from one country to the other required great effort. Migrants from Europe to America had to save for months to buy a ticket to cross the border. Right now, the technological advances as well as the changes in personal mobility allows a person to migrate even among the different countries of the region without any economic effort. Technology of communications allows them to have information that allows them to say which is the best path to cross the border without going through the migration controls, and also what they can expect when they go to their destination. So we have conditions, technology and mobility that make it much easier to move to another country. So this old policy of the walls is not sustainable. It's not something that is going to give any results. To reach a true situation of border control, we need to have a strategy of networks, not limited only to borders, but also to the territory and beyond the border into the other country. We have to have a border action zone, not only the border. One of the cases that I want to talk about the adaptation of Peru that was successful was the case of migrations, specifically in one fundamental point, access to information. A person that doesn't have an identity document will not be able to exercise its full rights, not only political rights, but if you need a bank account, you have to have an identity document. And with the advance of technology now, it is not banking account is not really optional, especially after the pandemic. The digital currency were deployed. Like in Peru, there are two that have displaced currency and coins. Even the buses, even in the buses, it was just cash, but now with the digital models, you can pay the bus with that. For a digital model, you also need a cell phone and a bank account. So therefore, if a migrant doesn't have an identity document, does not have any way to access this or his own money, they will not be able to use their own money as they could. So in Peru, they adapted their law, and first they issued a temporary permanency document, PPT, and then with this, they carried out a mass campaign to give an identity card to all this population, together with the foreigners' carnet. So we have like 1 million documents, identity documents that have been issued by migration. And this is a very important data because although a person might not be in a
dentro
regular
de
situation
su
within
esquema migratorio,
its
esto no
migration
significa
scheme, this
que
doesn't mean that
no puede acceder
they
a
cannot
funciones
access
básicas de su vida, como tener
the
el cuenta de
basic
dinero.
functions
Y
like
esto nos
a
separa
bank
bastante de otros países
account,
como
and this
en
separates
Estados
them
Unidos, donde sí
from
son verdaderamente
other
indocumentados.
countries.
Y en el caso de la migración
And like
venezolana
in
tenemos que
the United
considerar un
States, in
aspecto
the
adicional,
Venezuelan case, we have
que
to consider one
como parte
special
del colapso del
aspect.
Estado venezolano,
Because of the collapse
la
of the
documentación de
Venezuelan
identidad
state, the
que
identification
emite Venezuela ya no es
document
reconocida a nivel
issued by
internacional. Tenemos no
Venezuela is
solo
not
el
recognized
caso de los
internationally,
pasaportes, que
not just the
tienen una
passports
demora de años
that
en llegar a sus ciudadanos, sino también que sus propias cédulas
take
de
a long
identidad,
time, but
muchos países,
their
entre ellos
own
el Perú, ya no los reconocen como un
identity
documento válido
documents are
porque no
not
cumplen con
recognized
los
by the other
estándares de
countries,
seguridad. En
like
cambio, la
Peru does not
documentación de
recognize it
identidad
because
que ha
they don't
emitido el
comply
Perú
with the
para sus
security
migrantes
standards.
venezolanos sí
But
cumple con los estándares
Peru
internacionales.
issued some identity cards that do
Esto
comply
es lo que
with all
mencionaba.
the legal standards.
La documentación
And
para los migrantes ya
documentation
no es
for
meramente
migrants
un
is not
asunto
just
migratorio, es un
a
asunto de
migration
derecho
issue.
civil,
It
incluso
is
derecho
a
constitucional,
civilian
toda
rights,
vez
a
de la
civil rights issue.
competencia que
And all this is
tienen los estados
competence of the states. And
cómo estos documentos son las
how
bases
these
para acceder a sus
documents are
derechos. Y acá es algo
necessary to
importante
exercise
que
the rights
viene,
of each
es
person. So it
importante
is also important
comentar con
to
respecto
comment with
cómo
regards
todavía Perú
to
sí se ha
how
adaptado
Peru
en una buena medida
has adapted
para poder
itself
emitir esta
quite well
documentación.
to issue
No,
these
todavía
documents,
no ha tenido el
but
mismo nivel de
has not
adaptación como
had
por
the
ejemplo tienen
same level
países
of
que
adaptation
ya
like
han
countries
tenido
that have had
experiencia en
experience
migración como
in migration,
Argentina
like Argentina, for instance,
y Brasil. ¿Y
and
cuál es acá el
Brazil.
gran dilema?
And what is the great dilemma here?
El documento de identidad,
The identity
¿quién lo
card,
emite?
who issues it?
En el caso
In the case
de Argentina, si bien
of
tenemos
Argentina,
que
although we have
una entidad que
an
sería el gerente de
entity
migraciones de Argentina,
that is
es
the
quien emite
migration
la
entity
calidad
of
migratoria, es
Argentina
decir,
that
decide, esta persona
issues the
tiene el derecho
migration
residir
quality
en
and
Argentina,
says that this person
el
has the
documento
right
de
to
identidad
reside
no lo
in
emite
Argentina.
esta entidad,
The
sino la misma entidad
identification
del
document is
registro
not
nacional
issued
que
by
emite los
this one,
documentos
but
para
the
los
National
ciudadanos.
Registry.
Esto también se repite en
And
Chile,
this is
también
repeated
se
also in
repite
Chile and
en
also
Ecuador, Uruguay.
in
¿Y por qué
Ecuador
esto es
and
importante?
Uruguay. And why is this important?
Y aquí viene la comparación en el caso de
And
Perú.
here is the
Perú todavía
comparison with
mantiene
Peru.
27
Peru
agencias de
still
migraciones
has
que ahora tienen que atender a los
27 migration
1.5 millones de
centers
ciudadanos
that have to
venezolanos.
take care
Y
of
el proceso
1.5 million
de
Venezuelans, and the
emisión de un nuevo
process of
documento en caso de
issuance
pérdida
of
es
an
bastante engorroso.
document when
En
it
cambio,
is lost is
RENIEC,
very
que emite los
overwhelming.
documentos de
But
identidad para
REMIC
los ciudadanos peruanos,
that
tiene más de
issues
600
the
agencias a
documents
nivel nacional,
for the
por lo menos
Peruvians
una en cada
has
provincia.
more than
Entonces,
600 offices,
si ya
at
tenemos
least
más
one
de
in each province.
1.5
And if
millones
we
de
have
migrantes,
1.5
es conveniente
million
que
migrants, it would
Migraciones
be
siga emitiendo
good
el
for
documento físico
migrants
o debe
migration to
hacerlo
continue issuing the physical
RENIEC.
documents, or
La
should
otra
it be
ventaja de que
RENIC?
sea
The
RENIEC y
other
que también se repite en los
advantage
países donde
for
tienen
it
este
to be
sistema
RENIC,
es
or
que los
countries that
sistemas
have
del
this
registro
system, is
nacional
that the
suelen estar
national
integrados
registries are
con
usually
los
integrated
servicios de
to
seguridad, lo que
the
permite una
services,
pronta
security
identificación
services, which
de
allows
los
a
extranjeros que
prompt
son intervenidos y que
identification
viven en el
of
país y lo que
the
permite un mayor control
foreigners and
contra la
allows a
delincuencia.
great control
En el caso
against the
peruano,
criminality. In the
todavía
case
no
of
hay
Peru,
una
we still
interoperabilidad
do not have an
efectiva entre migraciones y
interoperability
la Policía
between
Nacional.
migration and the national
Entonces,
police.
ya para ir cerrando, porque nos
So,
queda ya poco tiempo,
in
es
order to close,
qué es lo que nosotros
what
tenemos
is
que llegar.
what we
Tenemos que
have
llegar
to
a un
do
modelo
or
integrado
reach?
para
We
las
have to have
Américas,
an
donde tenemos
integrated model for all the
el
Americas,
centro tiene que
where
estar
we
siempre
have
enfocado
a center
en los derechos
focused
humanos
on the
y la
human rights
resiliencia. Es
and
decir, tenemos que
resilience.
tener un Estado
We
que
have to
sea
have a state that is
flexible, que
flexible
pueda adaptarse a
and
las
that
nuevas
can
situaciones, pero
adapt itself
siempre
to the
respetando
new
los derechos
situations,
fundamentales de las
respecting the
personas.
fundamental
Sobre todo
rights
porque,
of
por ejemplo,
people.
en el caso de Perú,
Especially like in
nuestra
the case of
Constitución
Peru,
establece que el fin
our
supremo del Estado
constitution says
es
that
la
the
defensa
supreme
de
goal
la
of
persona humana y de su
the
dignidad. Es decir, hay un
state
mandato
is
constitucional. Y esto tiene
the
que
security of the people,
complementarse
and
con
this is
políticas de
a
Estado y sobre
constitutional
todo con
mandate, and this
cooperación
has to
hemisférica.
combine with
La
some
OEA puede jugar un
state
rol
policies
fundamental
and
para ayudar a
organizations like
armonizar
the
las políticas que
OAS
tenemos,
to harmonize
establecer
the
los mecanismos de
policies
cooperación
that we have,
entre nuestros
establish the cooperation
países y
mechanisms
de esta
among our
manera
countries, and in
poder
this way
tener una
be
respuesta
able to have
común
a common
frente
response
a un
in
problema
face
que nos afecta a
of a
todos,
problem that affects
pero
us
que no
all,
debemos verlo como un
but that
problema,
we should
sino
not
tenemos
see
que
as a
verlo
problem, but
al mismo
rather
tiempo como una
at the
oportunidad,
same
pero
time
también
as an opportunity and as an obligation as human beings to allow persons
respeten,
who
eso sí, las
always
leyes de nuestro país,
respect
puedan
the laws of our
integrarse
country,
sin afectar la
be
seguridad de
able
nuestros
to
países.
integrate
Muchas
themselves without
gracias.
affecting the security of our country. Thank you very much.
Gracias, muito obrigado, Dr. Ponce, pela
Thank you very
apresentação.
much, Dr.
Nos
Ponce,
permitiu
for your
refletir sobre a importância da cooperação internacional para articular as respostas abrangentes
because
e
you have allowed us
sustentáveis
to
às diferentes dimensões da crise migratória.
develop this
Particularmente, eu
topic,
queria destacar aqui o enfoque que o
and
senhor deu nas
especially
redes
the
que contribuem
migration.
para a gestão
And
do
I want
fluxo
to make a
migratório. Muito
focus
interessante, muito obrigado
on the
por
network that
compartilhar as
contributes
informações.
for
Nós
the
temos aqui tempo para uma
migration
pergunta
flow. Thank you
que foi
for
feita
sharing your information.
pelo
We have
senhor Alfredo
time for
Rios,
just one
do México.
question
Voy
by
a hablar en
Alfredo
español.
Rivas from Mexico.
Como dever ser las políticas
Should the
fronterizas
border
para garantizar la
policies
seguridad,
be to guarantee
derechos e
security, rights,
integración
and
de
the
los
integration
migrantes?
of migrants?
Muchas gracias. Excelente
Thank you very
pregunta.
much.
En
Excellent
primer lugar,
question. First
tenemos
of
que
all,
tener
we have to
información
have
confiable sobre qué es lo que
trustworthy
está ocurriendo en las
information of
zonas
what is
fronterizas.
happening in the
Tenemos que
borders.
cooperar
We
entre
have to
los estados que
cooperate
están
among
en
the
ambos
different
lados de la
states
frontera
at
para
both
poder
sides of the
monitorear
border to be
cuáles
able to
son los
monitor
flujos
which
migratorios
are the
que no
migration
pasan por los
flows that
conductos regulares.
do not
Esto nos
pass through
permite
the regular
poder
contacts
adaptar,
to
ver
allow
si
us
que
to
hay
adapt.
unas
So if
rutas
we see
en
that
las
there is a
cuales
route in
suelen
which
pasar migrantes, pero junto con
migrants
eso también
pass, but
pasa
together with this, we
situaciones
also see
digamos, narcotráfico,
situations
trata de
of drug
personas.
trafficking
Eso
and trafficking in
refuerza
persons that
no solo refuerza la
strengthens not
importancia de
only
actuar
the
en esas
importance of
situaciones, sino
acting
también
in
nos
these
permite
situations, but
calibrar
also
y
allows us
actuar de
to
manera conjunta
gauge
para
together
que
so that we
podamos
can
tener
be
un control
able to
efectivo.
have
Entonces
an
tenemos que tener
effective control.
información,
So we have to have
diálogo
information,
permanente con el
permanent
Estado
dialogue with
transfronterizo
the
y también una
transborder
articulación
state, and
constante y permanente
constant and
de
permanent
las entidades
articulation of the
dentro del
different
propio Estado
entities within the
para poder
state itself to be
actuar de
able
manera
to
conjunta,
act
tanto a nivel de
as
Fuerzas de Seguridad,
jointly.
Fuerzas Armadas
The
y
armed
también las
forces
instituciones
and
pertinentes
police and
del aparato civil, como puede
institutions
ser
of the
la
state
Dirección
apparatus
de
like
Migraciones, puede
the
ser también
migration
el
offices
Ministerio
and the
de la
ministries
Mujer
of
y de Poblaciones
the
Vulnerables, como
women or
también
vulnerable
vivienda y otros
populations and
sectores a fin de
housing
poder
and other
atender
sectors to be able to
las
take care
necesidades
of the
que
needs
surgen
that
frente a este
arise
problema
in
migratorio.
face of this
Pero
migration
es
problem.
básicamente eso.
But that is
Información,
basically
cooperación
information,
y articulación
cooperation,
interna.
and internal articulation.
Doctor, muchas gracias novamente.
Thank you much,
Vou
Doctor.
falar em
Once
português
again,
novamente.
I'm going
Muito
to talk in
interessante,
Portuguese
inclusive, a
again.
resposta do senhor, que já
And
nos permite fazer uma
your
conexão com a
topic
nossa
was
próxima
very
apresentação.
interesting, and your answer
Agradecemos
as well, and
novamente
allows
ao
us to
Dr. Luiz
connect
Afonso Anilas
the next with
pelas
the next
importantes
presentation.
contribuições a esse
Thank you
seminário
to
internacional.
Dr. Luis
Muitas graças,
Ponce for
doutor.
his very important
gracias.
contribution in
Dando
this
continuidade
international
à
scenario.
programação de apresentações,
To continue
passaremos à
with the
sexta
program.
palestra, proferida pelo capitão segundo de infanteria Edson Marinque Gonzalez Barreira, representante
Edson
da
Manrique
Guatemala.
González Barrera. He's the representative from
Capitão
Guatemala.
segundo
Captain,
González
second
Barreira
captain
é oficial do Exército da Guatemala.
González Barrera. He is an
Graduado pela
officer
Escola
from the Army of
Politécnica,
Guatemala, and
com mais
he
de
graduated
15
from the
anos de
Polytechnic
serviço
School,
militar.
and he has more than 15 years of
Atualmente,
military service.
ele atua como
Currently,
chefe da
he
seção
is
do
the chief of
Departamento
the section of the
Antiterrorismo
Department
da
of
Subdiretoria
Anti-Terrorism
de
of
Contra-Inteligência da
the
Diretoria de Inteligência do
Counterintelligence
Estado-Maior da Defesa Nacional.
section
Ele
of
possui
the
vasta
General
experiência em
Staff
inteligência
of
militar,
Defense.
operações,
He has wide
planejamento
experience, military
estratégico e
experience, and
coordenação
also strategic planning
interinstitucional,
and
tendo ocupado
interinstitutional
cargos de
coordination.
comando
He
e
has occupied
responsabilidades nos
positions
níveis
of command
tático,
and
operacional e
responsibilities at the
estratégico.
tactical and strategical
Capitão
levels.
segundo Gonzalez Barreira
Captain
apresentará a palestra
González
intitulada
Barrera will be presenting the
Ameaças
topic
ligadas à
Threats Linked
Migração
with
Irregular,
Irregular Migration,
Desafios e
Challenges and
Estratégias
Strategies
na
in Guatemala.
Senhor apresentador, a palavra é sua.
Presenter, the floor is yours.
Não escutamos.
We cannot hear you.
Gracias, coronel.
Thank
Voy
you,
a
Colonel.
compartir la
I'm going to
presentación.
share my presentation now.
Sí, estamos vendo ahora.
Yes,
Dígame,
we're
coronel.
seeing it now.
Bien, pues el día de hoy
Okay, Colonel. So today
sobre las
I
amenazas
will be
vinculadas a la
presenting on the
migración
threats
y
linked
sus
to
desafíos y
irregular
estrategias
migration and the
del
challenges
Estado de
and
Guatemala.
strategies of the
Al
Guatemalan
analizar la seguridad
state.
nacional de
When
Guatemala,
analyzing
no
the
podemos ver
national
la
security of
migración irregular
Guatemala, we cannot look
simplemente
at
como un fenómeno
irregular
secundario
migration just
aislado.
as an isolated phenomena.
¿Ya ven?
Sim, estamos vendo e escutando. Pode
Yes, we're
continuar.
looking and listening. You can continue.
Buenos días, mi coronel.
Good morning, Colonel.
Ok, aí está ahora.
Okay, there we go.
¿Sí se escucha, mi coronel?
Sim,
Can you
perfeito,
listen,
pode continuar.
Colonel? Yes, perfect. You may continue.
Gracias. Tengo a bien el día de hoy, pues, hablar sobre las amenazas
So
vinculadas
today
a la
I will
migración
talk
y
about the
seguridad
threats linked to
los
irregular
desafíos
migration, the
y
challenges,
que presenta
and
el
the
Estado de Guatemala.
strategies that the Guatemalan state
Al
has
analizar la
used.
seguridad nacional de
When
Guatemala,
analyzing the national
no podemos ver
security
la
of Guatemala,
migración
we
irregular
cannot look at irregular
simplemente como un
migration
fenómeno
as an
humanitario
isolated
aislado.
humanitarian phenomena.
Estamos ante un desafío
We are
multidimensional.
facing a
Guatemala se
multidimensional
encuentra
challenge.
en una
Guatemala
encrucijada
is
geográfica
in a crossroads
donde confluyen
geographically.
flujos migratorios
There's
masivos
migratory
de
flows
Centroamérica,
that are massive
Sudamérica
from Central America,
e
South America,
extracontinentales,
and extracontinental flows,
principalmente de
mainly
Centroamérica, de los países de Honduras,
from Central
El
America, from
Salvador,
Honduras,
Nicaragua,
El
Costa
Salvador,
Rica y Panamá.
Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and
Estos
Panama.
movimientos masivos
These
no son
massive
casuales,
movements are not
responden a causas
casual.
estructurales
These are
de fondo
responses
como
to
la pobreza,
structural
la inseguridad, el desempleo, la
situations such as
violencia
poverty,
intrafamiliar y las
insecurity,
redes de
family
migración
violence,
masiva.
and the
Asimismo,
networks
trata de
of
personas y el
massive
reclutamiento por el
deportation,
crimen organizado.
organized
Nuestra
crime,
tarea
and also human
el
trafficking.
día de hoy es entender
Our
cómo
task
estas
today is to
vulnerabilidades
understand
son
how these
explotadas por los
vulnerabilities are being
criminales.
exploited by criminals.
A lo cual vienen las amenazas de migración regular, desafíos y
So
estrategias.
these we have here the challenges and strategies. The first one is drug trafficking, people trafficking, arms trafficking, and human trafficking. So how does this interact with irregular migration? The interaction with organized crime is being manifested through exploitation dynamics, illicit transactions. Then the relationship between migratory flows and illegal trafficking. The people traffickers here called coyotes and the migrants have a transnational network to maintain mutual benefits. And the criminal organizations take advantage of this opportunity to obtain monetary resources, and therefore they can grow their criminal organizations. Then they charge certain fees to allow for migrants to pass through their territories. The involvement in drug trafficking, this is produced in a voluntary way sometimes, and also in a coerced manner sometimes. The structures sometimes force the migrants to transport bags with different illicit elements, for example, any type of drugs, to transport them in a terrestrial manner to their destination, to North America. When crossing the border in this way, the criminal structures are instrumentalizing and taking advantage of this migratory flow as a logistical channel to transport their merchandise into the destination. This exposition to the networks of exploitation and violence, these structures of transnational criminals composed by leaders, financiers, transportation people, and vigilantes. They control the points of pass and they interact with the organization. The migrants are in a situation of vulnerability, and they are exposed to kidnapping, forced prostitution, recruitment also for the criminal organizations, also for arms trafficking. And therefore, the
de lo que estamos mencionando, las razones de cohesión, en cuanto tenemos un problema por la cual
Mi capitán, permiso.
Captain, excuse me.
Mi capitán, permiso.
Captain, sorry.
área de tránsito, pues de manera los jueces hablan de que son tenidos en puestos de control institucional por parte de la PC, civil, el sistema de la coordinación con el Instituto de Migración. Lo que hemos sido un total de 509 personas aseguradas, las cuales hecho personas aún en cambio no rejan.
Mi capitán, permiso, un minuto, mi capitán.
Mayor presencia de
Mi capitán, permiso, um minuto. Nós estamos
Just
com
one moment,
problema
Captain.
técnico.
We have a technical
Nós
problem.
vamos fazer uma modificação aqui.
So
Nós
we're
vamos
going to
transmitir
modify
a partir
here.
daqui
We're
da
going
GID
to
a sua
transmit
apresentação.
your presentation here
E
from the
a câmera
IADB.
do senhor vai permanecer
And
fechada,
maybe
pra
your
gente
camera,
poder
you can
tentar
turn off your
solucionar
camera so that we
essa
can try to
instabilidade,
solve this
principalmente do áudio que nós estamos
instability of the
enfrentando.
audio
Então
that
nós
we
vamos
have.
projetar
So
a partir daqui
we're going to
a
project from
apresentação do
here
senhor.
your
E sempre
presentation.
que o senhor precisar
And if you
mudar o
need
slide,
to
eu
change
peço a gentileza
slides,
só para o senhor
then
indicar
please
que a
you
equipe
can
técnica
indicate
ela consegue fazer isso a partir daqui. Ok? Nós podemos continuar,
indicate it,
se
and
o
we
senhor
can
puder
change it from
retornar
here.
pouco o
Then we
raciocínio que o
can,
senhor estava desenvolvendo
maybe you can
para
return
que a
back to
gente
your
possa
idea that you
retomar realmente
were
aqui com o nosso seminário. Muito
explaining so that we
obrigado,
can
obrigado também pela compreensão
continue
de
with the
todos.
seminar. Thank you everybody for understanding.
Senhoras e senhores, eu só solicito
Ladies and gentlemen,
pouquinho mais de
please, I'm just
paciência. Nós
requesting a
estamos
bit more
solucionando aqui
patience. We're trying to solve
técnico
here
envolvendo a
this technical
transmissão
problem.
a partir
So
da
we will go
Guatemala,
back to the
centralizado aqui nos Estados
transmission from
Unidos.
Guatemala, and we will
Nós vamos
centralize here the
fazer uma
presentation in the
transmissão
United
do
States.
áudio.
So
O nosso
we'll
capitão
transmit the
Segundo
audio
González Barreira,
from Captain Segundo
com
González
a
Barrera,
apresentação
together
dos
with the
slides aqui a partir
presentation,
da Junta
and
Interamericana de Defesa.
his slides will be transmitted from the IADB.
¿Me escucha, mi coronel?
Sí.
Muy bien. ¿Y se ve la presentación, mi coronel?
Sí se ve. Sí, se pode hablar pouco
Yes,
mais
if you
alto,
can
por favor,
talk a little bit
porque
louder,
estamos com
please,
micrófono
because
e um
we have a
teleprompter.
microphone and on the phone here. Thank you, Colonel. So moving along with the presentation, I was saying that talking about irregular immigration within the national territory, we have 509 people for this year, and 18 are extracontinentals, so they're not from America. So most of them, or the highest percentage of the people, are from the American continent. So when looking at this, the proportion of migrants, then there's a lot of migrants from Honduras, El Salvador, Venezuela, Colombia, Nicaragua, and also from extracontinental China and Cameroon.
Tú nos avisas para pasar la diapositiva.
So then, please, let's go to the slide number 4. People who are inadmissible through the Aurora International Airport in 2026. I want to emphasize the nationalities and the special interest. We have Iraq, Libya, Yemen, Syria, Somalia, and Afghanistan. So this is the group of nationalities from specific countries from Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. And the security forces in Guatemala are maintaining control and monitoring, constant monitoring. The identification of these people is the purpose to identify them is because due to their potential links with terrorist activity, they may represent a direct threat for the defense of the state. Even though the military report clarifies that in the national territory, there are no operating structures or activities of terrorist groups with extreme ideologies, the geographical position of Guatemala makes it vulnerable, and the territory is under the risk of being instrumentalized by members of extreme groups as a platform of transit, logistical support, or just a temporary planning. Next. So in the graph, we can observe that we have 999 people who are inadmissible, who have flown through air towards the national territory. 39 are from extracontinental nationality and 4 from the nationalities of interest, 3 from Pakistan and 1 from Yemen. These people tried to enter through by air to the national territory, and they were returned to their countries of origin because they had altered documents when they presented altered documents when they were trying to get in. Next slide, Colonel. When we're talking about migration routes, extracontinental migration routes, we can see here in the graph that most of the routes are from South America to the triple border. Here we have the triple border. In the tactical map of follow-up routes of influence, there's a circular system being described, bidirectional system. The resources and the flows are not moving in the same sense, but they are having feedback constantly. For example, the flow of funding, logistics located in active areas in Europe, Asia, and Africa, and then the return is of financial resources. So up to the north, there's transit routes that go up through South America, affecting Brazil, Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, and Venezuela, moving forward towards Venezuela, Guatemala, and Mexico. And the final destination is the United States of America, towards the continents of origin. So this circuit So the circuit is contemplated when the economic dividends that have been obtained through these networks of illegal trafficking go back and as a way of funding terrorism towards the cells and support networks in Europe, Asia, and Africa, therefore closing this cycle, this continuous cycle of operational feedback. The transit geography and routes and points of control. So the corridors of transit in Guatemala, we have different routes that take the migratory flow towards Mexico. So the flow towards the Naranjo border. We have CA2 West and CA2 East. So there's different points of control located in strategic points. I want to emphasize the basic structure of the cell of transnational organized crime in these points. As a reference, we have a leader, a coordinator, a funder who is handling all the fees, and also there's people in charge of recruiting through deceit. There's also people in charge of transportation and security, their own security. So there's blind spots, and also there's the regular transit points. So how does this network operate? The organized crime is being deployed in strategic places towards this route, towards Naranjo, and the CA2 and CA1 roads. So the transnational crimes controls strategic points such as Florido and Agua Caliente. So these points have a criminal structure that has a hierarchy and that is very professional. We're not talking about common criminals. We're talking about organized cells with an operational leader, with financial coordinators who are controlling the transactions of the fees, exploiters who are using deceit tactics, and also transporters and security personnel that is retaining the people in vulnerability conditions. The evolution of criminal structures and the use of migrants. The most critical point of this reality is this symbiosis between the migrant and the organized transnational crime. They have modified their methods in a very alarming way to avoid state control. So they submit people to conditions, vulnerable conditions. They're confined in closed spaces. They're being transported in boats, overcrowded boats, and through very inhospitable routes. And so the migrants has to go through this, and there's a clear structure where the big mafias, and such as the different cartels that are in charge of drug trafficking, they charge for the right to pass, and the local coyotes are being used, and they force migrants to become drug transporters in the border. So this irregular migratory flow has become a channel of logistic distribution for drug trafficking. The judicial authorities have to neutralize any danger before they cross into Guatemala, before Guatemala is being used as a logistical trampoline. Actions to prevent irregular migration and identification of people of special interest. When we have a case of any person who is linked to terrorism, if during a border control we identify someone with potential links, this person is retained in accordance with the legal framework. It is informed, the authorities are informed. We coordinate with the international agencies of investigation and security. The case is made available to the judicial authorities, and the operations that the state of Guatemala does, we do patrolling through air, land, and sea, and also supervision in borders and also in in blind spots, and also the use of naval units in rivers and coasts. Then there's also posts of control and interinstitutional operations among the Army of Guatemala, the National Police, and the Migration Institute in order to verify documentation brought in by the migrants, as well as to identify people who are coming in irregularly to the country. When they cross the border between Guatemala and Honduras or Guatemala and El Salvador, there's a permit given to them of 72 hours to transit through national territory. Whoever doesn't cross the border in a legal manner, they lack this document. So this personnel is returned to the Institute of Migration to determine their status and to be transported back to its country of origin. The Army of Guatemala is doing strategic operations in the national territory, particularly in border areas and other corridors that have been identified as highly vulnerable and which are being used by structures dedicated to the illicit trafficking of migrants. And as a purpose, the objective is to strengthen control and to obtain information in the areas of the border and to contribute to the identification of the people of special interest that, due to their background or potential links with terrorist activities, they might represent a threat to the security and defense of the state. The challenges as a state, we have two different types of challenges. We have challenges for Guatemalans who are migrating, and we have the challenges as a country of transit and return. The challenges for the Guatemalan who migrates, we have informal economy. There's high vulnerability to climate change. The climate change has taken people from rural areas to this decision to migrate to the United States due to the fact that they cannot grow their crops because there's a lack of rain. Also, the conditions of chronic violence and insecurity. This has led to Guatemalans to migrate to safe countries. The challenge as a transit and return country, there's a collapse in the humanitarian response, infiltration of organized crime, the complex reinsertion of the people who have been returned. This is due to the massive deportations being carried out by the United States of America. The deported people come in, and then when they realize that the Guatemalan situation is not the same, they don't get the same salary as they received in the United States, they decide to return again to the United States. There's political pressure, restrictive exterior policies. So in order to conclude, we have to know that the military response and the security response is indispensable. and it has to go hand in hand with structural solutions. Guatemala is facing a double crisis. On the one hand, there's internal conditions, the influence of climate change, which is driving our nationals to take this decision. Then there's also the weight on being this transit and return country. And therefore, there's not enough capacity for humanitarian aid. And this submits us to the pressure of migratory policies from external countries, which are ever more restrictive. So there needs to be actions that strengthen the border supervision, also to address the causes, the root causes that force people to migrate to other countries. I would like to inform you also of the strategies that the state is carrying out currently. We have of course, we always respect the human rights of all the people. In the post of control, we have to document all the transportations to also so that they can be returned to their countries of origin, interinstitutional presence in the different points of the country where we have information that there is a migrant flow in that area. Also, to maintain a presence in the borders, to coordinate support from the national police and migration, to coordinate in order at the CFAC level to prevent massive movements, to plan operations against migrants that are remaining here as in an irregular way. There's operations done to locate them and to direct them to the Migration Institute of Migration, the Guatemalan Institute of Migration, to participate in the interinstitutional control posts. There's also campaigns for awareness for the requirements for entering, and also to determine if Mexico closes borders and therefore doesn't allow citizens coming in for transit purposes. So within these checkpoints, there's permissions of permanence that are no longer than 72 hours. And also there's only permission to enter by land and air. So this will be it. Colonel, I don't know if you have any questions.
Muito obrigado, muchas gracias.
Thank you, Captain Segundo González Barrera, for your presentation. We had a little bit of technical issues, but they were overcome, but your presentation allowed us to learn on the different routes of migration in Guatemala, also the linkage with the transnational organized crime and the border control and interinstitutional control, without a doubt, are necessary to face these challenges. Due to time, we don't have time for questions. The questions on the chat, but we're going to send them to the presenter so that he can answer later on. Thank you again, Captain Segundo González Barrera, and now we will continue with our program of the seminar. So we will begin with our 7th presentation by Lieutenant Colonel Freddy Arnaldo Andrés Jiménez Pereira. He is graduated in command of the General Staff, and he's a representative of the Army of Paraguay.
de material de guerra do Exército Paraguaio. He
He graduated in military science with studies done in the military academies of Brazil and Paraguay, and he also has a master's on military terrestrial operations, military sciences, and security and defense. He has experience as an instructor, as a professor and researcher in military institutions in Paraguay and Colombia, and also he has done courses and activities in Brazil, Colombia, the United States, Nepal, and Peru. Currently, he has the charge of Chief of Operations and Professor of the School of Command and the General Staff of the Army of Paraguay. Lieutenant Colonel Jimenez will be presenting the logistical role and multidimensional security of the Army of Paraguay, cooperation, interagency cooperation, and border cooperation when mitigating humanitarian crisis. Presenter, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Colonel. Now, thank you to the IADB for giving me the opportunity to participate in this very important forum. I'm going to continue with my presentation.
¿Lo puede ver mi coronel?
Can you see it, Colonel?
Somente ocultar
Yes.
a parte final. Está perfeito, apenas há uma mensagem de ocultar.
¿Lo puede ver ahora mi coronel?
Não, agora não. Se queres, nós outros podemos apresentar acá.
Por favor, mi coronel.
Ok, estamos listos?
Muchas gracias, mi coronel.
Thank you very much, Colonel.
Entonces,
Then, continuing with the topic of the seminar, Good Practices and Cooperation to Strengthen the Response Capability of the States in Migration Flows in the Hemisphere. This presentation talks about the logistical role and multidimensional role of the Paraguayan Army, and emphasizing on the interagency and border cooperation in the mitigation of humanitarian crisis. We are going to analyze how the military capabilities can integrate themselves with other defense institutions and also respond to the threats that transcend the traditional concept of defense, particularly those related to emergencies in border security and humanitarian assistance. To develop this topic, the presentation is organized in 4 main axes, starting with the conceptual framework of multidimensional security, followed by the logistical role or capacities of the Paraguayan Army. Thirdly, the cooperation, interagency cooperation as a mechanism of response of the state, and finally, the borders and the humanitarian crisis. And we're going to conclude with some conclusions derived from the analysis that we're making.
Antes de entrar específicamente
Before
al
we get
tema
into
en
the
este
topic,
espacio académico,
in this
me
academic
permito
space, I
resaltar que
allow myself to
pertenezco a la Escuela
highlight
de
that
Comando de
I
Estado
am
Mayor
part
del
of the
Ejército Paraguayo,
Command and the Chief
que
of Staff
constituye el
Command
Instituto
of the
Militar de Educación
Paraguayan
Superior de
Army,
más alto nivel
and
del Ejército.
this is the highest
Su
academic
misión está
level
orientada a preparar oficiales superiores para
agency of the
funciones de
state
comando
for
y
the functions
asesoramiento.
of command
La
and
formación
advisorship.
exige comprender
Our
no
training
solamente los escenarios
allows us
militares
to understand not
tradicionales,
only the
sino
traditional
también
military scenarios, but
los
also
nuevos desafíos nacionales e
the
internacionales
international
que
challenges
condicionan
that
actualmente la
condition
seguridad y la defensa,
security and
compartiendo
defense
una
right
visión
now,
mutua
sharing a
entre las
mutual
casas de estudio de nuestros
vision
países a
among
través de la
the
actualización
different
continua
countries
de los
through
conocimientos por
continuous
medio de
analysis and
investigación
knowledge
científica,
through scientific research.
para ser partícipe
To be
activo de los
active part
diferentes
of the
cambios
different
frente a
changes
desafíos que se
in
producen
face of the
en el
challenges
contexto
produced in
nacional
the national
e
context
internacional.
and international
Próximo, por
context.
favor.
The next one.
Iniciamos entonces
We
el primer
start then
eje
with the
con el
first
concepto
axis with
de
the
seguridad
conceptual
multidimensional,
framework.
ya mencionado por algunos
That
de
is
los señores
multi-dimensional
interventores.
security.
Este enfoque
And this
amplía la
focus
concepción tradicional de
expands the
seguridad,
traditional
porque
conception
reconoce
of
que los
security,
estados
recognizing that the states
enfrentan amenazas de
face
diferente
threats of
naturaleza
different
y que
nature,
muchas de ellas
and that many
no
of
pueden
them
ser atendidas
cannot be taken care
exclusivamente
of
mediante
exclusively
instrumentos
through
militares.
military
Comprender
instruments.
este cambio
Understand
milenario
this
resulta
change
fundamental
is
para
fundamental
analizar el
to
papel actual
analyze
del ejército
the actual
y
role
su
of the Army
participación
and its
dentro del marco
participation within
general
the
correspondiente en situaciones que
corresponding
requieran
framework
una
in
respuesta
situations that
coordinada del
require a
Estado.
coordinated response
Siguiente,
from
por
the
favor.
state.
Un punto de inflexión se
One
produce en el año
inflection point is
2003 con la
produced in
Declaración sobre
2003
la
with the
Seguridad
creation
en
on
América.
the
A partir de
security of the
ella se
Americas,
reconoce expresamente
recognizing
el carácter
expressly the
multidimensional de la seguridad.
multidimensional nature of security.
Amenazas tradicionales aparecen el crimen organizado, abordado por el Estado anterior, el narcotráfico, los desastres naturales. Esto tuvo su implicancia
This
inmediata en la
had
Escuela de
its
Ciencias Militares,
implication
en la Escuela de
in
Comando
the
Mayor del Ejército,
schools of the Army
que consecuentemente
that consequently
obligó al sistema de
forced the
enseñanza a
training
configurar la
system to
preparación de
configure
líderes
the
militares,
preparation of
futuros
military
conductores
leaders
de la fuerza,
in the future as
que sean
conductors
capaces
of
de
the state
planificar,
capable of planning,
dar respuestas flexibles y adecuadas,
respond flexibly
oportunas,
and
de
adequately,
tal manera a
and
trabajar
in such a way
coordinadamente
that they
las
can work
acciones entre
coordinatedly
organizaciones militares y
with
civiles.
actions among civilians and
Próximo, por
military.
favor.
Next.
Para ello es importante
For this,
resaltar
it is important
el
to highlight
marco normativo
the
vigente en el Paraguay. La
the
fundación se
Paraguayan
encuentra limitada
legal
a
framework,
fundamentación en sí
and
por diferentes
which is
instrumentos jurídicos y
defined by
estratégicos.
different
Entre
strategic
algunos
and
puedo citar desde
juridical
la
instruments,
Constitución Nacional y dar
starting with the
énfasis, por sobre
national
todo, a la
constitution,
Ley
emphasizing on the
1337 del año
law
1999 de
1337
seguridad
of
nacional y
1999
seguridad
of
interna,
national
en la
security
cual
and internal
establece la
security
diferencia
that
entre defensa
establishes the
nacional y
difference between
seguridad
national
interna.
defense and internal
No
security.
obstante, para el
Nevertheless,
escenario paraguayo
for the
van
Paraguayan
muy
scenario,
relacionadas una con
they
otra.
are very
Las
related one
disposiciones
with the
vigentes
other. And
ampliaron los mecanismos de
we
participación
only
y coordinación
expanded
entre las instituciones.
the work and
Con la
coordination
creación
among
de la Secretaría de
institutions with
Emergencia
the
Nacional,
creation of the
el Comando de Defensa
National
Interna,
Emergency
que han
Secretariat in
parado
2005
documentos
that
estratégicos más recientes como
backed
el
on
Plan
documents
Estratégico
like the
de
strategic
Seguridad
plan
para el
of
Desarrollo,
security for development,
entendiendo que sin
understanding
seguridad
that
no
without
es
security,
posible
it
lograr
isn't
el desarrollo
possible
del
to
Estado.
develop the state.
En conjunto,
Together,
constituyen el marco
they
que
constitute
permite
the framework that
articular
allows
capacidades
to
estatales
articulate the state
frente a
capabilities
amenazas
in face of the
multidimensionales.
multidimensional threats.
Próximo, por favor.
Next.
Andando un poco más,
Paraguayan legal
quisiera
framework.
presentarles
Going more in
el
depth, I
Plan
want to
de
present
Seguridad
the
para el Desarrollo vigente actualmente
security
en la
plan
República del Paraguay.
of the Republic of Paraguay. On this slide, you can see how the different political and strategic instruments articulate themselves progressively until reaching the operational level, particularly the plan for the development and security that started in 2023 until 2028 that represents an important reference within the system, stressing that in the fundamental concept of this plan, security does not constitute an isolated goal, but rather a necessary condition for national development, and therefore requires the coordinated participation of the different institutions of the state.
Siguiente lámina, por favor.
In the second axis, I'm going to focus and concentrate on the capabilities of the Paraguayan army in face of humanitarian situations. In these scenarios, the military logistics acquires a fundamental importance. The organization, available means, mobilization capability, and territorial presence allows the army to support very quickly other institutions of the state, particularly when the geographical and climatic or infrastructure conditions make it difficult to access the isolated communities. Next. We understand then that logistics is the backbone of this response capability. The army has the means to store, transport, evacuate, health assistance, and construction of emergency infrastructure. And we add to this logistic the engineering capabilities of the army for works like the opening of accesses, habilitation of roads, and specialized teams. The fundamental of all this is to understand that these military capabilities are at the service to give a state coordinated response in face of the emergency situations. Next. This slide refers to the fact that no institution has per se all the capabilities necessary to respond efficiently to a multidimensional threat. This is why the Army acts integrated with the different organizations in charge, and interagency cooperation allows to expand what you can do and generate a state response that is quicker, more coordinated and efficient, especially in face of the challenges that require logistical security, health assistance, and humanitarian support at the same time. Next. Referring to the third axis, I'm going to talk about this interagency cooperation that is executed between the Army and all the other state institutions involved in the operations that we mentioned before. Next. For this slide shows the architecture where we have the participation of different institutions and organizations, and with their competencies, the Ministry of National Emergency is in charge of the humanitarian assistance, like as well the Secretariat of National Emergency, Environmental Institutions, and Public Health. On the other hand, the security ones like the Command of Internal Security, National Police, and the National Anti-Drug Institution, and all these institutions institutions are coordinated together with others, and this is the formula that is being applied right now by the Paraguayan state to timely respond in case of need. At this moment, a great part of this articulation is carried out through coordination mechanisms established according to the needs, the particular needs of each situation. I also want to mention that in effect, we have a coordinating table activated and focusing its actions to the phenomena of the El Niño. Approaching the fourth axis of this presentation, we see the borders and humanitarian crisis. In these areas, we have the conversion of problems of different nature that was mentioned also before by my predecessors. And I also want to refer to some like organized transnational crime, drug trafficking, migration movements, and climate emergencies. The combination of threats shows very clearly the multidimensional nature and of the focus of security, and consequently the state response has to be holistic, combining security, intelligence, territorial control, sustainability, and humanitarian assistance, keeping always the legal competencies corresponding to each one of the institutions involved. I want to refer now to organized transnational crime that in the northern part of Paraguay, this organized crime is one of the main challenges. In counterpart to the operations developed, shows the illegal amounts with real data, as you can see, and the need of cooperation, including at the international level. The operations called Nueva Alianza are an example of coordination with Brazil in face of drug trafficking. These results show that to face the transnational threats, we require the exchange of information, interoperability, and coordinated actions among the different national institutions and the bordering countries. As you can see, this Nueva Alianza operation continues developing itself since 2024 with data recollected to this date, and its impact mainly in the financial sources of these illegal networks. As far as the migration flows at the borders, that is another important component of security, because as we mentioned, the porosity of our borders offers this opportunity. Therefore, the migration movements in Paraguay records an interesting amount of exits and entry of migrants, especially in certain borders. This volume demands efficient controls, but also mechanisms for the exchange of information among the different responsible institutions. The network of migration intelligence reflects precisely the need to integrate information and capabilities to identify the risks linked to organized crime with the migration movements without affecting the legitimate movement of persons. And this also coincides with the presentation of Dr. of Peru, referring to the intelligence migration network. I'm going to talk about the western area of Paraguay called El Chaco, the Paraguayan Chaco, which is the western region and has different characteristics and challenges. The fires and droughts and
afectan
affects
directamente a
directly
las comunidades
the different
y por ende
communities, and
dificultan las
therefore
operaciones de apoyo
make it
logístico.
difficult to
La
provide
bajante
logistical
histórica del
support.
río Paraguay
And
y el
the
incremento de las
river
superficies
Paraguay
afectadas por incendios
and other areas affected
evidencian
by
una
fires
realidad de esta
evidence a
región,
new challenge in
principalmente
this
en hechos
region,
ocurridos
especially
el año
in the
pasado, en el año
happenings of last year
2025,
in 2025,
lo cual es
which
necesario incrementar
is for
las
which it is
capacidades
necessary to
frente
increase
a
the
estos
capacities
flagelos.
in
De igual
face of
manera
these
se
scourges.
dispuso el
And
soporte mediante
likewise,
capacidades de
we
transporte,
also
trabajos de
provided
ingeniería,
better
abastecimientos de
transportation,
agua potable y
engineering
víveres,
works,
así como
works
también el
and the
despliegue
potable water and
inmediato de
transportation,
una
and the
fuerza
immediate
como elemento
deployment of a
fundamental
force
para la
as a
respuesta
fundamental
humanitaria.
element for a humanitarian
Siguiente, por favor.
response.
Si vemos en la
If we see
diapositiva
on the
en sí
screen,
y comparamos
and if
algunos
we compare
indicadores en la
some
región,
indicators in the region,
me apoyo en datos
I
disponibles de
support
los
myself
países
on the available data
limítrofes con el Paraguay.
of the
Encontramos pues diferentes modelos de
border
empleo de las
countries with
Fuerzas Armadas
Paraguay, and you
frente a
can see
crisis
that
humanitarias.
we employ the armed
Argentina,
forces
Brasil
in
y Bolivia
humanitarian
cuentan
crisis
con
in Brazil,
estructuras y
Argentina, and
mecanismos
Bolivia that
específicos
have
de coordinación.
specific coordination mechanisms.
Paraguay, por su parte,
Paraguay, on
posee
its part,
elementos
has
importantes tales como el
important
Comando de Defensa Interna mencionado
things like the
anteriormente, así
logistical
como
command
también
and
el
the
Comando
coordination of
Logístico
ad
para
hoc
dar las respuestas
interagency
humanitarias, aunque
combined
mantiene una
group,
coordinación
and
predominantemente
still
circunstancial.
maintains a
La
circumstantial
experiencia regional
coordination.
constituye
Regional
entonces una
experience constitutes then
importante
an
referencia útil
important,
para identificar buenas
useful
prácticas
reference to
y
identify good
fortalecer
practices and
mecanismos
strengthen
permanentes
permanent
de
mechanisms
cooperación e
of
interoperabilidad.
cooperation and interoperability.
Siguiente, por favor.
Next.
Si nos apoyamos en la
If we support
siguiente
ourselves
lámina,
on the following
podemos
slide,
concluir
we can
entonces
conclude
de
then
que
that
destacamos
we can
cuatro
highlight
aspectos
four
fundamentales
fundamental
de
aspects
enfoque del
for the
ejército
focus
paraguayo
of the
con
Paraguayan
relación
army
al
with
tema
regards
presentado.
to this topic.
Primeramente,
First of all,
fortalecer
we have
la
to strengthen
coordinación
the
interagencial en las
interagency
fronteras
border coordination
de tal manera
in such a
a tener
way
las
to
herramientas
have
necesarias
the
para las
necessary
respuestas
tools to
inmediatas.
respond immediately.
En segundo lugar,
Secondly,
la consolidación de
the
la logística
consolidation
militar
of the
como capacidad
humanitarian military
estratégica
logistics as
para
a
la respuesta
strategy for
humanitaria.
humanitarian response.
La tercera
The
conclusión
third
podemos decir de
conclusion,
que mantener un
we have to
enfoque de
maintain
seguridad
a
multidimensional que
multidimensional security
combine
focus
soberanía
combining
nacional,
national
seguridad
sovereignty,
y respeto
security,
a
and
los
respect
derechos humanos.
to human rights.
Para finalmente,
And
en la
finally,
cuarta
in
conclusión,
the fourth conclusion,
decir y enfatizar en
we have to
profundizar
stress
la
and
cooperación
go
regional y el
in depth
intercambio de
into
información
regional and
debido a que las
hemispheric
amenazas
cooperation and
actuales
the exchange of
exigen
strategic
respuestas
information
integrales.
among the countries of the hemisphere to predict
Siguiente, por favor.
migration waves.
Finalmente,
And finally,
podemos afirmar que las
we can
capacidades
affirm
del
that the
ejército paraguayo
capabilities of the Paraguayan army
transcienden el ámbito
transcend
estrictamente militar
the
y
military
constituyen un
sphere
recurso
and
estratégico
constitute
del
a
Estado
strategic resource of
ante
the
escenarios
state
complejos.
in face of
La
complex
logística,
scenarios,
la
the
presencia
logistics and
territorial,
the
la
presence in the
capacidad de
territory and the
despliegue
capacity of
adquieren
deployment
mayor efectividad
acquires a greater
cuando se
effectiveness
integran
when
con otras
we
instituciones
integrate
y
ourselves
con
with other
mecanismos de
institutions and
cooperación regional.
cooperation, regional
De
cooperation
esta manera,
mechanisms. In this way,
fortalecemos la
we
capacidad de
strengthen
respuesta
the response
y
capability and we
contribuimos a la
contribute
seguridad,
to the security
protección
and
y
protection
bienestar de la
and
población,
welfare of the
que
population,
son uno de
which
los
are
fines
one of the
esenciales del Estado de
essential
Paraguay.
goals of the state of Paraguay.
En este espacio,
In this
quisiera expresar mi
realm, I want to
agradecimiento
express
en
my
nombre del señor
thanks on
comandante
behalf of the
de la
commander
Escuela
of
de
the
Comando de Estado Mayor del Ejército,
Chief of Staff
el
Command
coronel
School,
diplomado de Comando de
Colonel
Estado Mayor
Antolin Javier
Coronel Luz Díaz, en el
Bujías,
mío propio,
and my
por
own
el
name
espacio cedido
for
a la
the
Junta
time
Interamericana de
given
Defensa
by the
de
IADB
cómo abordamos
on
la
how
seguridad
to approach
multidimensional en esta casa de estudio.
multidimensional security in
Quedo a
this
disposición
house of study.
eventualmente para las posibles preguntas.
I am
Muchas
ready for
gracias, mi
any
coronel.
question. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Muito obrigado,
Thank you,
Tenente Coronel Jiménez, pela sua
Colonel
apresentação,
Jimenez,
que
for
nos
your
permitiu conhecer
presentation
algumas
that
das
allowed us
capacidades do
to
Exército Paraguaio, bem
get to
como
know some
a
of the
importância da
capabilities of
coordenação
the Paraguayan Army
da segurança das
and
fronteiras e da
the
cooperação
importance of
regional para enfrentar
coordination
ameaças
for the security of
transnacionais
the
e
borders
crises
and the regional
migratórias.
cooperation to face the
Selecionamos aqui
threats
uma
and the
pergunta,
migration
em virtude do tempo,
crises.
para ser feita.
So here we have a
A
question
pergunta foi feita por
on the topic.
Miguel
The
Quijano de
question is
Honduras. Voy a hablar en español.
by Miguel Quijano
¿Qué
from Honduras.
experiencias del ejército paraguayo en
What
transporte,
experiences of the
abastecimiento,
Paraguayan
atención
army
sanitaria
to
e ingeniería
give
podrían
engineering,
ser
health, and others
aprovechadas por outros
that can be
países
taken
ante
advantage
una
of by
crisis
other countries in
humanitária
face of a
associada com
humanitarian
fluxos migratórios?
crisis with migration flows?
Mi coronel, si me permite,
Colonel, if you allow me,
de manera
I'm going to
personal a
refer
estas
personally to
capacidades que el
this
señor ha
capability
citado
that
anteriormente.
the
Tengo
Colonel
entendido
cited
de
before.
que,
I understand,
como fue expuesto por los
as was
demás
presented before,
expositores, existen
that there
cada
are
estado
that
tiene su
each state
mecanismo de
has its
respuesta
own
inmediata,
response,
generalmente
immediate
las
response
fuerzas de seguridad,
mechanism,
en
and
especial el
generally the
ejército,
security
dispone
forces, especially
o
the
pone a
army,
disposición
places at the
los medios
disposal
disponibles
the
necesarios para
available
poder dar
necessary
las
means
capacidades
to
logísticas de
provide the
atención a
logistical
flujos
capacity
migratorios, porque
to the
sabemos bien que
migration
primero
flows,
está
because we know that,
el
first of
tema de
all,
la seguridad
we have
humana y los
human
derechos
security
humanos
and human
principalmente.
rights mainly.
En cuanto a
As far
los medios que
as the
dispone la
means
ingeniería,
available by
en
the
Paraguay, de manera
engineering,
particular,
in Paraguay
creamos
particularly,
vías de
we
acceso,
created
creamos
some
las condiciones
accesses
necesarias
and the
en donde
conditions
no
necessary
existan lugares
so
de
that there
repente
would
de
be
difícil,
no places of difficult
si me escucha, por favor.
access. Can you hear
Sí,
me?
escucho.
Yes.
Sí, lugares de difícil acceso, entonces la ingeniería
There are no
paraguaya
places of difficult
contribuye
access, so
para
the
facilitar el
Paraguayan
movimiento
engineering
de personas.
facilitates the
No así
movement
de
of
repente
persons,
para un
and
empleo típico militar de dificultar, sino que facilitar el
we
flujo
always
de personas.
facilitate the flow of
Esa es
persons.
mi contestación, no sé
That
si
would be my
fui
answer.
claro, mi coronel.
I hope I was clear.
Sim, mi coronel, está
Yes,
perfeito.
Colonel, you're
Muchas
perfect.
gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado novamente.
And
Tenente
thank you once
Coronel
again
Fred
to the Colonel,
Arnaldo Andrés Jiménez
to
Pereira,
the
pela
Lieutenant
importante
Colonel
contribuição
Freddy
compartilhada.
Arnaldo Perez
Como
for the
parte final
important
do ciclo de
contribution shared.
apresentações deste
As
seminário,
the
iniciaremos
final
a
part
oitava
of the
apresentação,
cycle,
feita pelo
we're
Tenente
going to start
Coronel
with the 8th presentation
Manuel
by
Magno
Lieutenant
Barros de
Colonel
Souza Lopes,
Manuel
representante do
Magno
Exército
Barros
Brasileiro.
Souza Lopes,
O
Lieutenant
Coronel
Colonel
Magno é
from
oficial do
Brazil.
Exército Brasileiro e possui mais de
Colonel
5
Magno
anos
is an
de
officer
experiência
and has
direta
more than
na
5
coordenação
years
da
of
Operação Acolhida.
direct
Durante sua
contribution
participação nessa operação,
during
atuou na
his
gestão de
participation
abrigos
in this
e em
participation,
assuntos
he
civis,
acted in
e
the
liderou processos de
management of
integração
civilian
que
affairs and
possibilitaram
was
a
the leader
realocação
in the
de mais de
process of
55.000
the nation that
migrantes
made
e
possible
refugiados
the
para mais de
education of
1.000
more than
cidades no Brasil.
5,000 migrants and
Atualmente,
refugees
o Coronel Magno é o chefe de
in
comunicação
Brazil.
estratégica
Right now,
da Operação
Colonel Magno is the
Acolhida.
head of strategic
É
communications
bacharel em
of the
ciências militares,
Operation
com
Cortisa,
pós-graduação em
and
gestão
he
pública e
has
governança
a
e em
postgrad
direitos humanos em
in
contextos
governance and
migratórios.
human rights
Possui
and
também experiência
migration.
internacional em missão de paz
He also
das
has
Nações Unidas
international
no Haiti.
experience in the
Coronel
peace
Magno
of the
apresentará a palestra
UN,
intitulada A
and
Cooperação
Colonel Magno will give
Interinstitucional como
the
eixo da
presentation,
Operação Acolhida.
cooperation,
Meu
institutional
amigo Coronel
cooperation
Magno, a palavra
for
é
the
sua.
reception of migrants. The floor is yours.
Muito obrigado, Coronel Balks. Bom dia a todos. Senhor
Thank you very much, Colonel. Good morning to everyone. General of Division Salgado, General Chairman, and all the presenters, colleagues, the audience here present.
Com a sua presença, eu vou compartilhar.
Thank you for your presence. I'm going to be sharing my presentation here with everyone.
Estarmos presentes nesse grande evento para.
So it is an honor to be present in this very great event to share the good practices in this operation. Please confirm if you can see my presentation. Yes, it's perfect.
Nós vamos tratar pouco de boas práticas.
So we're going to deal with the best practices of the operation Acolhida, which is operation of welcoming. And we have this notion that interinstitutional cooperation is one of those things that go beyond. We have to talk about our planning and the approach for this planning for emergencies, which started 8 years ago. And now we're thinking about taking it to public policy.
Para isso, nós vamos iniciar com uma introdução.
We're going to begin with an introduction. I'm going to complement this, and together we will be talking about the history and the main challenges in a secluded border. Paracaimã was the first city that received this migratory flow with the border with Venezuela. Our hydric governance and the composition of this operation of welcome or acolhida, this operation and the impact in the Brazilian society, and lastly, the transition to state policy.
Eu peço organização, Coronel Baltos, que
I want to ask the organization, to Colonel, that from now he can show the video that will provide the context, the beginning of the operation, and also for the beginning of the operation and up to the last days of the operation. I'm going to stop here to share the screen so that you can share the video.
In March 2018, thousands of Venezuelans crossed the border into Brazil, and many flocked to the squares and streets of Boa Vista and Pacaraima in Roraima and Manaus in Amazonas. In order to control the intense migratory flow and guarantee humanitarian assistance to the migrants and refugees, the Brazilian states had to act. Ministries, the armed forces, federal entities, United Nations agencies, international organizations, private entities and society joined the effort. More than 100 institutions were involved and large structures were hastily set up. Military personnel and professionals from the most diverse sectors were called in. The demand was enormous and required agility and efficiency. This is how Operation Welcome came about, with a focus on border management, shelter, and integration. The Venezuelans receive health care, documents, and food, their rights are guaranteed, and they have access to education and professional training. Operation Welcome promotes socio-economic inclusion and prioritizes the preservation of interpersonal ties. Different religions, indigenous ethnicities, and sexual orientations are fully respected. In more than 7 years, 3 million people have been assisted, and more than 105,000 migrants have been relocated to more than 1,000 Brazilian cities. Life has improved for these people. Thanks to its many partners, Operation Welcome has established itself as an important public policy for migratory regularization and access to public welfare and social services. It is recognized as one of the largest and most successful humanitarian missions in the world.
Ok? Podemos continuar.
Okay, we can continue.
Microfone, Magno, por favor.
Estou compartilhando a minha tela nesse momento.
I'm sharing my screen right now
Para que tudo isso acontecesse, nós
so that everything could take place. We built this judicial,
principais normativas, leis,
we built the main laws, starting with the shelter law in 1997, which is the legal basis for humanitarian aid, and also
em 2017 ali
in 2007
no ápice do início, né, da crise migratória
at the beginning, when this migratory crisis started in Venezuela, there was this decree of recognition of humanitarian crisis and the ministerial guidelines that authorized the employment of the armed forces for facing this migratory crisis, and also the use of the armed forces in subsidiary actions. Thanks to this judicial umbrella, we managed to go through different, from 2018 to 2025, we were able to handle several situations. The reaction phase in 2018, the immediate response to the migratory massive flow, which was a military component of the Operation Welcome. And then in 2020, we had the pandemic, which was a worldwide pandemic, and in the state of Roraima, which was receiving this massive influx. It was one crisis within another crisis, and thanks to this management from the Defense Ministry, we didn't have any serious occurrence in this crisis. Then in 2024, then the reduction in the migratory flow started, and the numbers started to decrease, and we had this trend of the lowering of people coming in through this operation. And in 2026, now we are in this transition from the civil ministries. This is a transition that is coordinated and secure of this welcome operation. So to get to know about this response from the Brazilian state, we're going to present this paradox of the border. This is the situation in Pacaraima, which is a very important city. This is in the north of Brazil, far from the logistical centers. This is a city where before the migratory flow, there was approximately 10,000 people living there. And after 2018, every month, it was like double the people. It was the demographic impact was in that city was great. In the city of Pacaraima, which is like about 13 or 15,000 kilometers from the capital. This was a very important, severe impact in the human resources structure, in everything that was deployed in order to take care of this operation, in logistics and in the humanitarian aspect. All the people that were working in Pacaraima, they tried to control this impact, demographic impact, by means of a good base of facilities to contain this impact and to mitigate the risks of a health collapse. There's thousands of people, children, highly vulnerable populations were arriving every day. And after weeks of walking inside Venezuela, and up to the time that when they got to Brazil, the people were coming in hungry. They were hungry, their nutrition was compromised, and we had to act every day, delivering and distributing goods, and also guaranteeing the security of the food that was delivered to these people. Also, the epidemiological barrier, which is a successful aspect of this operation. We were taking care of ourselves and also of that population, so to avoid other diseases that had already been eliminated in the Brazilian state and to avoid them from coming back. So we are the fourth country that receives Venezuelans in the world. So we are the third country that receives more Venezuelans in the world. So the numbers are incredible. It's more than 780,000 migrants living in Brazil who came in. It's almost 1.5 million people. 71% came through Brazil, through the Pacaraima city. And this Operation Welcome is articulated in these three axes of the structure of the border. It was the Ministry of Justice and Public Security who did all of these procedures, offering different services. And what's most important is to regulate their migratory status with the UN agencies for migration and for shelter, the IOM, and all of this synergy in this effort of this triage that is part of what of all the management of the border. So with regards to this migratory flow, people become invisible sometimes, but in this, with all of these situations and with the health barrier, we have this parallel. There's Operation Control parallel to Operation Welcome. So they supervise that there's no crimes being committed. So together with this structure of lodging, of sheltering in Pacaraima as well as Boa Vista, to provide dignity to people, they have the right to food, to health, social assistance. The last integration of this axis is the integration, is to insert people into society and to provide them with work, not just in that state of Brazil, but in all of the states of Brazil. We have 2 centers for training and education. Here we can see the city of Pacaraima. We have on the top this line, which there's the border right there. In the center, we have the municipality of Brazil. It is this road moves into Venezuela, so there's a dry border to the right. So the initial reception point of the Venezuelans, where the migrants received the first orientations, they go to the vaccination house in coordination with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Defense. We had a health barrier there to the right, and then also, as was mentioned before, in yellow, we have this triage post. We have the first facilities for receiving, for sheltering, for safekeeping, their security, for orientation, for social assistance. documentation until they were transported to all of the shelters in the municipality of Boa Vista, the city of Boa Vista. We have a very robust base with a lot of military personnel who are doing all the coordination of the tasks of logistics and security in Pacaraima.
Isso tudo só foi possível devido a essa engenharia.
And all this was possible due to the engineering of governance.
Bem dividida, né, nos seus 4 níveis.
So this was well divided among the 4 levels: in the tactical level, the operational level, strategic level, and political level. We have here first to the right, the left, the column with the military component with the Ministry of Defense, the General Staff of the Armed Forces, the logistics, the operational logistics. Then we have the executive secretary, and at the tactical level, we have the humanitarian tasks. To the right, we have the ministries, the civil house of the Brazilian state, and the Federal Committee of Emergency Assistance, which was created by a federal law. So it acts inside those 3 axes for health issues, which is a cross-cutting topic. And also we have coordination, the General Division Santos, he is the coordinator. He is at the political and strategic level, and he is a commander in the tactical aspect of the humanitarian aid logistics. So our mission is to have a cooperation with the federation entities in the state of Roraima, Boa Vista, and Pacaraima. And then this became wider, and it included other states in Brazil that received refugees. There were other municipalities and cities included. Whenever there was a situation of vulnerability, because we have this very volatile scenario in Venezuela, the Operation Welcome will be there acting, providing order in the border and integration. So talking about hybrid governance, it impacts directly in the terrain. We can make an analogy to all the military personnel, to the military component, so that we can understand. We have it offers here the infrastructure, the logistics, the security, so that the civil muscles and the ministries and the agencies of the UN or of other organs and all of our colleagues that are working and who have a cooperation agreement, who are working directly in the welcome operation, can bring dignity, work, jobs, and to promote autonomy of the people. And our regime shouldn't be different every day, 7 days of the week, 24/7. We are ready to discover all of these needs of this operation and to cooperate and to coordinate with the agencies and with our colleagues in the ministries, all of these humanitarian actions in the state of Roraima. We have here the numbers. These are the indicators. Here we have the participation of the logistic force. We have more than 11,000 dishes served every day. We have 1.30 million doses of vaccines applied, more than 660,000 people that have been vaccinated, more than 4,000 migrants or refugees, indigenous refugees, 13 different ethnic origins that have been taken care of, more than 7 million of people that have been taken care of in our triage posts. So This is the component, humanitarian component. We implement this CIMIC doctrine so that this coordination is felt and it has a social impact. It was more than 15 military personnel, 15,000, sorry, who went through this operation, the three forces, the Marine, the Air Force, and the Army of Brazil contributed to this successful operation. We did some rounds to mitigate risk and to mitigate
com relação ao desgaste do militar, o desgaste psicológico.
The risk of exhaustion, of psychological exhaustion, and also to contribute with the training and to widen this opportunity of having a lot more numbers of military who are part of this work task to do community work in the country. And this can be perceived through videos. We can see there's a safe environment, a stable environment, which has been made possible by the colleagues, by all of our colleagues, providing their protection tasks and in order to mitigate risks for border crimes, for these crimes of human trafficking, the exploitation of people. And as another factor, there's it's a military component to prepare these military personnel before they get to the operation. They need prior preparation. They went through different requirements and trainings on health, finance, engineering, security areas. And as I mentioned before, we have this perception that we need to pay attention to this psychological exhaustion aspect of the military. So we have all of this academic literature also with us, which deals with this feeling of, it's called Pino factor. So there's like sorrow, indifference, disgust, and hate. So we get involved in this rotation, and this facilitated things a lot, the integration of these people, and it reflects the education and the spaces that are offered for work, training, of all of the areas where there's opportunities. Also, children had the opportunity to live this, go through this preparation program for the labor area for the work, for obtaining work in Brazil. So this is our access of welcoming. These are temporary aspects that are offered. To the left, we have this access of welcoming, of lodging, also training, the structure that is offered for integration of those people in the state of Roraima. In yellow, we have our spaces for receiving, for lodging. At the back in red, we have the second point of triage in Pacaraima. This is in the municipality of Boa Vista. And then we have here the health center also of the welcome operation, which was coordinated by the Ministry of Health. The facilities, all the shelters were done through humanitarian aid. These are urban spaces within the cities As we saw, this was a strategy of the Ministry of Defense so that these people can be close to public policies, so that they can receive the services and to generate dignity and autonomy for migrants and to mitigate risks. Here we have our capacity and the amount of people that are occupying these shelters. Our main objective is to make people, is that these people can be inserted socially into our country. This is why the shelters are temporary. And this is why we have employed this interiorization, which is a bridge to integrate people into the different states of our country, even the local integration. Because we want to have a decrease in the pressure that we put on the different sectors, and a voluntary transportation to the different sectors of the country. I want to highlight this linkage with the agencies and with the IOM, which is accompanying in all the flights of the Air Force. They are accompanying all of the migrants up to their doors of the receptors, and we do the articulation with the industries and with the companies of our country so that they can offer jobs and vacancies for these populations. So due to this social and economic integration, this is how we are promoting jobs. It's more than 160,000 people that have been received in more than 1,000 municipalities. This has been done in order and in a secure manner. So they come to the different airports of the country, and the militaries receive them. Then the transportation is done with security and protection up to when they get to their people who will receive them, be it a family member or a company or an industry. And then we have here some information so that you can have an idea on how this works and the strategic dimension of this operation. It is, here we have in the upper part of the map, in the south of Brazil, we have one last province. So here in the south, we have the provinces that receive migrants the most. Then the displacement is between 3,000 kilometers. It's almost like going across Europe from Lisbon. This is just to show you this, how the military personnel are deployed in the humanitarian area. So they are being deployed through aircrafts of the Brazilian armed forces in an orderly and secure manner to the provinces of our country. And our purpose, our final purpose, is that these people are integrated economically and that they contribute to the development of the country. We have different agencies associated. This is just a representation. They have cooperation agreements with the Welcome Operation and other partners that are acting indirectly and that compose this ecosystem of social protection and integration of migrants and refugees in our country. Now, in order to finalize, I want to talk about the legacy of the operation and the first steps for the transition into a policy of the state. So before, I want to talk about the factors of success, the operational coordination which is a factor for success. As we have seen, all of the stakeholders act coordinately and have this synergy. So this is being reflected in the terrain, in the life of the migrant, of the refugee, in the life of the Brazilian people who are participating in this operation, the logistical tasks. First, if it comes to the state develops all of these actions of integration together with the partners, these strategies of integration, which have been spoken about before, and the interministerial response, together with the factor of the military component. This political factor has been basic in order to obtain success in this operation. Also, I cannot avoid mentioning the cooperation agreements and the partners that are part of this welcome operation. And finally, the institutional maturity. The Brazilian state approved a decree that institutionalizes and reflects the success of this operation in the Brazilian state. Final considerations. The legacy of the state. We know that there is volatility in the Venezuelan scenario, but we are ready to take care of this migratory flow that is currently, it's not an emergency, but it is continuous, the number of people coming into our borders. And the operation has proven that it is an asset of the state that the state can handle. It can be implemented and with similar results in other parts. The perspective of the migrants, they come in hopeless, and when they are received through the welcome operation, the operation believes in their gifts and talents, and through the companies and industries, we can make these people contribute for the development of the country. Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity of sharing these good practices of the Operation Welcome in this event, which is so valuable, from the IADB. Thank you, Colonel Magno, for your presentation, which allowed us to learn about the Operation Welcome and the importance of cooperation, civic and military cooperation, and the integration of migrants and refugees, as well as the challenges imposed by this transition from an emergency policy to a public policy, as you just presented. We have time for just one question, and it has been made by Manuel Rodriguez from Colombia. I'm going to speak in Portuguese. In which way does this strategy of interiorization by this operation has contributed to alleviate pressure on the communities in the border and has favored the integration of the migrants and refugees? Maybe it's an opportunity to talk more about integration. Excellent question. It is contextualized in this operation that offers opportunities for the Venezuelan migrants. They can decide if they want to be a migrant or if they want to be a refugee through the partner agencies, even in the border. And they also have the opportunity. They have the choice to be sheltered with resources, with professional resources. Also, they can receive professional resources, they can learn to speak Portuguese, and they participate in a process of interview for jobs. So then he is integrated socially and economically in any company, which is a partner of this operation. So therefore, this ecosystem is linked, and there can be this very quick transition with a protection so that the migrants, so that this migratory flow can be diluted, and there can be a good synergy for the Brazilians as well as for the migrants, the Venezuelans.
Perfeito, muito obrigado.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Due to time, the questions who haven't been able to be answered will be sent to the presenter so that he can respond to them later on. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel Magno, for your presentation, for all of the information shared on this Operation Welcome. Having finalized the 8th presentation, in summary, we can highlight that during the presentations, the migratory flow was addressed in 3 different complementary dimensions. The first one was focused on the protection of migrants in this situation of vulnerability, exploitation, and criminality. The second approach was dealt with the strengthening of the legal capacities of the strategies, the institutional capacities of the state when facing this scenario. And the third one, it showed examples on operational responses through logistical support, border controls, and the authorities. So jointly, when considering these 3 perspectives, allowed us to appreciate the multidimensional aspect and all of the capabilities that are involved and their proper management. Here we conclude this academic cycle of 8 presentations of this International Seminar of Good Practices and Cooperation for Strengthening the Response Capacities of the state in the scenario of migratory flows of the hemisphere promoted by the Inter-American Defense Board. As a moderator, I would like to thank all of the attendants for their participation, as Colonel Vivanco and his team who participated, the technical team and the interpreters team of the IADB. I want to invite Major General of the Peruvian Air Force, Cesar Augusto Macedo Garcia, the chairman of the Council of Delegates of the IADB, so that he can express some words to conclude this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, participants and guests, good afternoon. As chairman of the Council of Delegates, it is an honor to address you to conclude this international seminar on good practices and cooperation to strengthen the response capacities of the states in the scenario of migratory flow. In the hemisphere, we have gotten to know different experiences and practices during the seminar to face these challenges, the legal and security challenges of migratory flows, as well as to strengthen the capacity of response of the states. In the name of the IADB, I express my sincere thanks to all the distinguished presenters of the OAS, of the IOM, the IADC, as well as to the representatives of Brazil, Spain, Guatemala, Paraguay, and Peru, for all the knowledge and experiences and good practices that you shared during this seminar. Your presentations have allowed us to address this migratory phenomena and have made it evident that there's a need to have interinstitutional coordination, interagency, and border coordination to take care of the rights and the needs of the people in need, and to face with more efficacy all of these threats in these scenarios. The Inter-American Defense Board reaffirms its commitment to promote dialogue, cooperation, and exchange of knowledge to strengthen mutual trust and the institutional capabilities in our states when facing the common challenges, with the conviction that the knowledges and experiences shared will contribute to build a more coordinated response, more efficient response, and sustainable response. Good practices and cooperation to strengthen the response capacity of the states in these scenarios of migratory flows. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone.
Muchas gracias, mi general.
Thank you, General,
Palabras de
for
clausura.
your words.
De la misma manera, quiero agradecer
I
también
also would like to
Coronel
thank
Attila
Colonel
Soltanbalzo
Attila
de Andrade
Soltanbalzo de
por la
Andrade
excelente conducción y
for
moderación del
this
seminario,
excellent moderation
así
of
como
the
por su
seminar,
valioso aporte
as well as for your
durante el
valuable
desarrollo de las
support
ponencias.
during the
Muchas
development of
gracias,
these
Coronel
presentations.
Attila.
Thank you very much,
De esta
Colonel
manera
Attila.
finaliza la transmisión del
And
seminario
here we finalize the
internacional
transmission of the International
Buenas prácticas
Seminar
en
of Good
cooperación para
Practices and
fortalecer
Cooperation
la
to
capacidad de
strengthen
respuesta de
the
los
response
estados
capacities of the
ante
states
los flujos
when
migratorios en el
facing migratory
hemisferio.
flows in the hemisphere.
Los invitamos
We
también
invite you
a suscribirse a nuestras
to
plataformas
register in
digitales
our
y
digital
redes
platform
institucionales
and
para seguir
institutional
las
networks
actividades,
so that you can
publicaciones
follow
y
the
eventos
publications
académicos de la
and
Junta
academic
Interamericana de
events
Defensa
of the
que
Inter-American
nos sigan
Defense Board,
acompañando en
and you
este
can
tipo de
continue
eventos
joining
de
us in
gran
these type of
trascendencia.
events, which are very
Muchas gracias
transcendent.
a todos
Thank you very
y muy
much to
buenas
everyone,
tardes.
and have a good afternoon.
Listo.